Before adding, we were only one object. We added two element and we have ID 1, 2, 3. And we have updated second one. So here we got this pop. After delete, we have deleted the very first record. So as you can see, we don't have first record. So now let's start learning JavaScript from beginning. I have created this folder JavaScript here, and inside I have created index.js. So file extension will be JS here, JavaScript. And now if I run anything, means if I write here anything, in order to run this file on Node, I need to type here command, means I have to go to this path and I need to type here node space and this file name. So let me write here console.log. So yeah, hello world works. So now here, first of all, I am at here HTML directory. So I need to move to JavaScript directory. So for that, JavaScript. Now, if I type here list, I will get only one file. Now I need to type node index.js. And here you go. So this is our result. So first program basically. So almost in each and every language we will write this, right? Okay. So now let's get back here. So first we will see what is the keyword and reserve word. And yesterday as well we have covered what is the variable declaration. But today we will focus on variable scope and block scope and this function scope. Here basically let me take an example. So I wrote your name and let's say I have variable a equal to something. So if you can see, the value of a is 7 and I haven't defined anywhere that the value of a will be number, right? As you can see here, I am just hovering on it, this variable, and I got this let a colon number. So this is called dynamic type allocation. So here, right now, instead of providing this 7, I can provide here something called name. And right now it will be string. So in order to store in this variable, I am not defining anywhere that what type of data I will be storing in it. So here, as you can see, I can store here a number. It won't complain. Now in very next line, I can write here a equal to, let's say, hello. Okay, it's not complaining. So if I print here this hello, I will just print it here one more. And now if I execute, as you can see, I got 45 here because value of a was 45 and which is a number. Type of variable a is number. Now here, so type of variable a is string. Here we have set this number and here it's string value. So dynamically it will assign value to this variable. We can change. But if you talk about let's say Java or other programming language, say C++, something like that. So you can't do that there because you have to define the type. And if you are defining that type as a, let's say, integer, you have to always provide the number in integer. If you are trying to assign a string value, it will just give you compile time error. Okay, which is not here because of the dynamic variable type allocation. Okay, so now the first thing is here keywords and reserve keyword. So here, as you can see, this is let is a keyword here. If I think to define a variable name with let, it will complain. Okay, let is not allowed to be used as a name because this is a declaration type. Means the keyword which has been predefined. Let's say if you want to use them, we can't use them as a variable name. Okay, so let's say here we have this a late, and if I want to use console or console these things, or let's say I want to use const as a name, the variable name, yeah, definitely I can't do that because these are the types and reserved keyword as well. If you are, if you would like to go with if or for, you can't do that. Okay, yesterday we have seen if I declare a variable, and before moving to variable declaration, as you can see, I wrote here a, and to be honest, it doesn't make any sense. Means right now, yeah, I know what I am telling. So but day after tomorrow, or let's say after 5 days, I will completely forget about it, right? And it's very hard to know what is meant by a. So whenever possible, or try to follow always the best practices by writing proper variable name. So instead of a, I can call it as a number, or number variable, we can call it as a number variable. First, I am starting this number variable, means variable name basically with the small letter. And if there is a something coming up, so number variable, these are two words, right? So other word will be with the caps. So basically this is called camel case. So now let's say I have to create a variable to get the sum of two number. So what I can do, I can write const sum of two numbers, something like that. Okay, first number plus second number, second number. So now here, as you can see, sum of two number, or you can call it as a result, what most of the people prefer, or you can call it as a sum, which both of them make sense, right? Because after this here we have this first number, we don't have something called a and b, because a and b will be more confusing that what value you are storing and all. So to avoid that, make your code more readable. So for that, we will be using proper naming convention for the variable. So now this is how we have to follow the camel case. So here sum of two number. As you can see, sum is a different word, of is a different word, and two is a different, and number. So here the first means the first one will be it will start from the small, and after that first letter of each word means it will be in caps form. So o will be capital here, t will be capital, and n will be capital. So this is what the practices we will be following going further. Here we will get started about the scope. Okay, variable declaration we have seen. So yeah, let's see that quickly as well. So I will remove this thing, or I will just comment all of them. So before that, I will, okay. So now here it will complain because first number and second number doesn't exist. Okay. So I will comment this too. Now, means there is a two things. Whenever you are creating a variable, you can do, you can just declare the variable and leave, and you can just create and initialize the initial value. Means you can assign the initial value, and that is called initialization. So now let's say I have a number. So I will create const, let's say number equal to, and here I will define this value as a 6. We have created a variable called number with the const, which cannot be modified. And if something cannot be modified, so definitely we have to provide this initial value. And this is called here variable initialization. So variable initialization. Now, let's say here I can write let, and we can create a, we can just declare a variable. Means we are not going to assign any value to them. So let's say first name. Okay. And I am not sure about it as of now. So I will leave it here, let first name. So this is called variable declaration. Okay. But if you do remember, const cannot be declared. We have to initialize definitely, because we cannot modify in future, right? Let's talk about the block scope. So scope in the sense, if I create a variable here, and if I have something, so if I write here curly, just curly bracket, and this one will be called it as a block. Okay, so this will be a block. Now let me create here a few variable. So let number equal to 4. And now let me print the value here. Now I am not printing the value from the top. And here you go. So here, as you can see, I got this number as a 4. Okay. Now if I try to modify anything, so now I will try to add some value into the number. So number equal to number plus 6. And now again, I will print the value here. And I will just, let's forget about outside as of now. And here you can see I got this value as a 10. That means we have the same name of variable. If you can see, we have one variable at the top, which is initialized with the value 6. And in this block as well, we have created a variable called number with the same name with value 4. And right now we have printed, we got this number. Again, we have done this means manipulation, arithmetic operation, and here it got up, this number variable means inside variable got changed, right? So when we create a variable inside a block, it cannot be accessed outside of the block. So now let me show you. So for that, let me come out of it. Okay, and I will write the number. So here number, and let me print. And here, as you can see, these two things we got from the inside, and here 6 still remain from the outside, right? So if I comment here and now execute, I will get error saying number is not defined, because this variable has been created inside a block, and the scope of this variable is inside block only. It cannot be accessed outside of it. That's why we are unable to use this variable outside of the block. But here inside, yeah, definitely we are able to do that. We have created this at the parent level, right? As you can, this is at the file, inside the file, and I haven't wrote inside a function or inside anything. So this will be called as a global scope. So if I go inside, let's say I haven't created this variable. Now, if I don't have a local variable, it will modify the parent, means global variable. Now let me execute and let me show you. So here it's saying assignment to a constant variable. I am trying to assign this
constant cannot be changed.
Yeah. So now just I executed, and here you go. So initially I had value 6. Now from here I got this number, and which is 6 here. Okay, again I have added 6. So this global variable got modified in this case because I don't have local one. So here this got 12. Here it printed 12, the second statement, and after, and the last one I got from the outside, which is 12. So from a block, we can modify the value of global variable, means we can access the global variable and we can modify it as well. But if you go in vice versa, it's not possible. So block scope variable can be accessed within the block. Okay, so now we will move it to next, and let's see what we have. We have this variable scope. So basically this variable scope fall into two things. So global scope and another one local scope. So we will see local scope, which is also called function scope. I will just declare a variable, or let it be this variable there. Now function scope, yeah. Okay, so in function scope, what we will see, I will create a variable. Okay, and basically what that function will do, that will take a let's say parameter of two number, and we will see how to create that. So in order to create a function, I have to type here first function, which is a keyword here. And we are writing this function to add two number. So here sum of two numbers. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. And here I will get this two number as a parameter. So first I wrote this function. Here is the function name. And again, here I have to pass the bracket. And this bracket will have this argument basically. So as you know, I have to find the sum of two number. In that case, I need two number, right? So first number and second number. So I can use them, let's say as a first, means I can get them as an argument here to make this function reusable thing. So right now, let's get inside, and already I have number. It's all little up. So I will just create here. So here const first number equal to 2, const second number equal to 7. Okay. So now here, what I can do, I can get this variable as an argument. Okay. Or let me show you the similarly what we have done here. So I will create here two variable, first and second. So I will just copy them, but I will change the value here because we need to make a difference. And right now I will print them. So console.log first number and second. Okay. And right now, if I do so, it will not execute. Okay. Because this is called function definition. So here we will cover these two. So function definition. Okay. Means we are defining that this name of function, what it will do. Okay, we are providing the body. So this is the function name, and here from here whatever we write in this curly bracket, that is called a function body. Okay, so function body is just like a function definition. What is the work of this function, or what this function will do? So that is called function definition. So now here we need to follow another one step in order to work function. So that step is we have to call this function. Okay. So right now we have defined this function. We need to call it. So for that here, sum of two number. And here I have this bracket. I have to pass this simple bracket. I am not accepting any argument here. Means here any parameter. So I don't need to pass from here. Okay. Now we are calling. So it should get executed. And here you go. I have here 12 and 47. So this one will be calling as a function call. Okay. So basically here, as you can see, we have declared this variable, and here the scope of this variable will be inside this function alone. It cannot be accessed outside. So now if I print this value outside, so I can just replicate this. Okay. And I can add a text inside function, outside function. Now let me execute, and here you go. So here, as you can see, whatever the value we have printed, this inside value remains same. So I have this 12 and 47. I got here 12 and 47, which is from inside. And once I come outside, I can see the still value what was at the global scope. So here, this value again, this value scope is function scope, which is start from here, and it cannot be accessed outside of this function. And another one thing, this is called local variable as well. And this one, I think already I mentioned it, but yeah, here this one will be global variable. So here local means here it will refer to this block, and that is what where we can access and it will get type. And now there is a one more thing. If you can see here, the weird output we got, isn't it? First we have this outside function, and after that we have this inside function. But according to our code, we are writing this inside first and then outside. Then why it is happening so here?
Yeah, since it's execute from top to bottom, function is written afterwards. So when the function call, then it goes to the function. So it just go through the execution, then first print the console outside function, and when it comes to function call, it then goes to function call to print the one which is inside.
Yeah, whenever you write any statement inside a function, it will not get called unless you are calling that function by writing something like this function name and passing the bracket. Okay, this function doesn't exist, it seems, unless we are calling it. So here it declared the variable with the first name, second name, and here it printed this value. So we got this first. Now it came to this line, and from here it understood I need to go to this function. So it will go to this function, it will assign this value into local scope, and again it will print this. So that's why we are getting. So now if I just move this line here, I will get inside first right now, because before printing this console, I am just executing this. So let's move to this data type. So basically data type is something which is going to define that which type of value we will be storing. Okay, but here we have data type, which type of value can be possible to store into a variable, because we have dynamic variable type allocation. So here I can declare let number equal to 7, and automatically it got here type as a number. So variable here data type is number. Now we can do with name. So name, and let's say John, and here the type is a string. This will be number. Okay, now let's see. So here if I print Boolean, so bool, and I can write here true or false. So here actually we have two possible value, true or false. Okay, and this one will be Boolean again. These are the few. Now undefined, if I have a variable and if I don't declare anything, it will be automatically undefined type of. Now we have this null as well, means we will see how where to use them. So null is the another one data type we have. Now there is a one way to check type. So here type of number. So type of number is number. Don't worry that it is printing the same, because we have named variable name is something like that. That's why we are getting. Okay. So right now, let me just print your name. And here you can see string. Here, if I type bool, you will get Boolean. And age, it should be undefined. Okay. So by writing, by using this function, so type of, and you can pass the variable name in order to get the type of the variable. Here JavaScript manage some auto conversion as well, means by itself. So here I have this number. So I will call it as a first number. And again, I will create here second number. So second number, and let's say value is 17, but this will be in different format. And now here it will be something like this. Okay. So now as you can see, 17 has been written in this double quote, and double quote, whatever we think write in double quote or single quote, that will be considered as a string. So now let me write here first number. So number it should be. So first number equal second number. So now if I execute, as you can see, I got false, and that's absolutely true. But right now, let me pass here 7. I got your value as a true. So if you can check, let me print this as well. So console.log type of first number, comma, type of second number. Can you see? So I have just the type of first variable is number and type of second variable is string. After that, if I am comparing them, I got this value as a true here. So basically what happened here, if we write any number in a double quote, and if you do compare or arithmetic operation, that number will get automatically, means it implicitly will get converted into the number. And yeah, we will cover another one thing. So before that, let me try to increase this value. So second number equal 1. Right now I am trying to do operation. I got 71. So right now it's still being treated as a
String.
That's why it's concatenating the other value. So basically, whenever you write a one string with the here string value I have, right? String plus with other thing, it will be concatenate automatically. Let me just copy and paste 1 plus. Still, it remains same, right? So both way, yeah, it had the same thing. So string concatenation basically happening here. But when we compare, yeah, it was completely acting different. Let me tell you here by writing another one equal. Delete this. And right now, let me execute. So right now, I have increased number of equal. So here, right now, I am typing, means I am writing 3. And I got this value as a false. Let me remove again. And here you go. I have true. So what's going on there? Why this is happening? What is difference between double equal and triple equal? And this is the one of the most asked interview question. In 60% of interview, it will be asked the same question. Let me tell you here, as I mentioned, this 7 will get auto converted into this number. And after that, it will get compared. So that is what this double equal will do. But in triple equal, once we write here, what we are saying to this compiler, JavaScript compiler, don't do auto conversion. Whatever the type is there, compare with that. So we are stopping our compiler to do the conversion. So right now, here you can understand this way. So double equal compare values. Okay. And triple equal compare values along with type. And let's understand this clearly, how this works. So in case I will just replicate again here, or let me do this. Okay. So double equal in the sense here what I wrote, compare values alone, I will write. Okay. So 7 is the value. And what is the value of second number? It's 7. Let's forget about whether that is the string or number. That is the different story. So as for time being, let's forget that. So let's look at the value clearly. So 7 and here 7. And if I am going with double equal, yeah, it will be true because it compare value alone. Now, triple equal, what it does, it will compare value along with the type. So value got matched But there's a problem with type. Here we have type as a number, and here we have type as a string. So in this case, basically type of variable is not matching, so it will return false immediately. So what you guys have to do, make sure you remember this kind of a mantra, I would say. It compare only value, and here it compare value with the type. And you can take a simple example, because sometimes what happen, whatever you do, they don't believe, because that can be easily found somewhere, and you can read and you can muck up those things. Let's say you said to interviewer that compare value alone and compare value along with the type, and they didn't understood. Means they know very well everything, but they want you to explain more. So you can take an example immediately, and you don't need pen and paper all the time. You can say we can create two variable, one with the string value and one with the number value of the same, and we can just compare this. So you can just speak it out, but you can only do if you know this concept. Okay, so now let's move to data type we were talking about. So basically, there are two data types. One is called primitive, and which is what we have seen as of now. So in primitive, basically these are the data type which has been predefined. So number, string, boolean, undefined, null. These all are these all falls under primitive data type. Okay, so here I will mention primitive data type. Okay, now let's see, we have another one data type that is called complex, you can say, or non-primitive, you can say. So here two non-primitive data type. Okay, so what this non-primitive will have and how this work. So it will have two type basically. So first is called array, and second it have object, or let's reverse the order. So first object and second array. Okay, so now the question arises, what is object? So the basic thing is, whatever you see by your eyes, that will be a object. So let's say if you are you are just watching this thing in Lappy, so Lappy is an object, right? And if whatever you see basically, and it laptop got some property, so each and every object have few property. So now if I talk about a student, a student is a object. Okay, and a student have some property. Person is the object which has some property, let's say name, email, and let's say what the cloth he have wear, how many hands and all. So these are a property which falls under that. Okay, so right now let's define a object by taking a real example. So here, let's say I have a pen. Okay, so what are the property this pen will have? So in order to declare, as of now, as you can see, I have declared const. This is a declarative, and variable name is pen. And here I will write curly bracket to declare this object. Okay, and now inside this, each and everything will be in the it will be in the form of key and value. So right now, let's say height of the pen. So pen will have height. So height is the key, colon, and here I will write height, let's say 20. Okay, so height is the key here, colon, and this is the value. So key and value will get separated by colon. Now I need to write another one pair of the key value. So those will be separated by comma. So here comma, and there will be some radius, right? Because pen will be in rounded format most of the time. So radius I will define, let's say 5. Now I would like to define other thing. So what is the color? And now if you can see, there is one more strange thing you will notice. And that thing is, what is the type of 20? Number. And radius? Number. What is the type of this color?
String.
Yeah, what is happening here? So non-primitive data type will be derived from primitive data type, right? So here we have declared this pen. Pen is a object, and by writing here curly bracket, and it got few property. So height, which is 20. So this is something we will declare in primitive data type, right? That height is a variable and value is 20. Radius is the variable, value is 5. Color is the variable which got a string type of value white. Something like this. So now let's say I would like to have another one property. It is a ball pen or gel pen. So I will write here Boolean value is ball pen, and I will write here true. So now as you can see, each ball pen which will accept Boolean value, and I marked as a true. Okay, so these are the few property I have defined, and this is a object. So if you want to add other property, yeah, definitely you have freedom to do that. How many property you would like to add. And now as you can see, I will comment this from the top. Okay, so here I got height is 20, radius, color, or this is ball pen. Okay, so this is the one object, and here we are just printing that. So this is the one of the data type. Now let's understand about array. So here object, now array. Okay, array is a collection of similar data type. That is what the definition is. Okay, so now how this work means, let's say if I represent a college, so college will not have a single student, right? It will have the multiple student. And if you can see clearly, the all student will almost have the same property. So student become similar entity, and they are a collections. So those will be called as a array. So array is a collection of similar data type or similar type. Okay, so now here I will just do this. So pens I wrote. Okay, I wrote here pens. I will just remove it here for time being. Let's say just go with the simple thing. So not pens, just go with names. So here we have name, let's say John, comma, pen. So these are the two names I wrote. And here, if you can see, I wrote here this variable name in plural. I am not writing name because it will be multiple, right? Name or name of collections of name. So here multiples names. So and here we are defining the array of string. Whatever value you provide, it is not going to care. It will be considering based on the type, right? So what is the type for each value here? So this is a string type. Square bracket we will declare first. We will write first value of it. So here we can define something like this. So if I want to define a number, I can go with one element, one object will be differentiated with other by comma. So one element 1, comma 2, and these are the few numbers I have given here to this array. Okay, so I will call it as a forms and numbers. So here, as you can see, what is the difference between both? If you can see clearly, there is a only difference between both is the type. So here, John is of string type, means these names array of string type, and these numbers array of number type. And this is how we can declare. If you wish to declare an array of complex type, so here how it was before. So const pens, and here array of pens object. So I can declare something like that. I can just copy this and I can paste here, comma, I again pasted it here, and I will write that this column have little bit less height. So I will say it's 18, radius remains same, color is black, and it is a ball pen. No, it is not. So, we have only two options, ball pen or gel pen. If this column is not ball pen, means definitely it will be gel pen, because I have only two options. So in that case, I can maintain a single variable if you have two options alone. This array is a collection of two pens. So this is the one pen and this is the second pen. Okay. So in order to print them, yeah, similarly, we have to write, if you want to print name, you can go with the name. You will get your name. If you want to print your pens, you can print them here. So here you have this array, and this is the one object, and this is the second object. So as of now, we have seen about the data type. Means yesterday we have covered what is different scope of variable. So global scope and local scope. We have seen the block scope, and we have also talked about primitive data type and non-primitive data type. And non-primitive data type is nothing but a combination of primitive data type. Okay, and those non-primitive will always be derived from the primitive. Today we will see type conversion. So whenever, let's say, we want to convert from one data type to another data type, how can we do that? So let's jump here. I will just comment this. So now I will create two variables. So first of all, const number equal to 8, and I will try to convert this number into a string. So for that, let me do console log to this number and try to do the arithmetic operation here. I am trying to add 1. Now I need to execute. So I will navigate to JavaScript folder, and there NodeJS. And here, as you can see, I have this value as 9. Means here initially this is a number and it's adding here number. But how can I convert this number to a string? So by writing here to a string, we can do that. Okay, so now if I execute, as you can see, I got here output as 81. Why? Because the type of this number has been changed from number to a string, and here if I do plus, it will act as a concatenation. So that's why here we got this 81. Now let's see, I have a number in a string. So const string equal to, and I have 10 here. I would like to convert it. So for that, what I can do, so console.log string +1, and now if I do, I will get here 1 not on, and this is happening because of a string. So now I need to convert, so I can go with this number function. Okay, so it will convert into a number. So now as you can see here, its value is 10, and it got converted into a number, and I have added 1 and it's become 11 here. And similarly, if you want to do here as well, you can go with the string. You don't need to call this to string function. Something like this, we can call it. Let's understand more about Booleans and all, how we deal with, because whenever you are trying to execute any one of the condition, that condition will get converted into a Boolean value, true or false. And based on that, it will make a decision whether to execute certain statement or not. So for that, let me create here const bool, and initially value is true. Okay, so Boolean have two value, false or true. Now the thing is, I have an application where the requirement is, if I am getting this number, then only I have to show something. Let's say something like this. If I get this number, then only I have to display this number. Okay, so your number is 5. Otherwise, I won't have to display at all. So in that case, what I can do, I can use this and I will convert this number into the Boolean. So now let me show you how can we do that. So here I will write a console log. So console log your number is, and here I will pass this number. So right now, if I execute, I got here, your number is 8. That is what it has been here. Now let's say I will define this value to 0. So here your number is 0. In this case, I don't want to show. Now let's say I have null here. So I don't want to execute this. Your number is null. This is we don't want this behavior to be there. We want to hide this complete statement. We don't want to print. So there is a requirement comes into the picture that we have to convert this number into Boolean. If we have this information, whether number is there or not, whether the valid input exists or not. So based on that, we can write a condition to hide and display. We can get the help from the if condition. Okay, so now here, what I will do, I will just try to print this number first of all. So let's see. So here, console.log number, and let me comment these 2 lines. And right now here we are printing. So we will get the number what we have. But I would like to convert into a Boolean. So for that, I can use here Boolean and I can pass this. Now, if I print here, as you can see, I got this as a false. But if the value of number or value of any variable is null or undefined, that will be treated as a false. Okay, now let me type undefined. Here again, I have this false. Just don't worry about this. We are looking at this statement, how we can convert into the Boolean. Now let me type here 7. And here you go. I have true here. And let me show you one interesting thing. 0 I have typed. And here you go. Why this is happening? This is a number variable. And if I have a value 0, so 0 basically will be considered as a false according to the truth table as well, right? So 0 means false and 1 means true. So except 0, whatever the number you will provide, that will be true. It will convert it into the true if you are converting into the Boolean. Undefined and null will be by default false. Okay. Now let's forget this is a number. So let's say I am passing here a empty string. Now if I execute with the string, as you can see, I got this false because there is no content inside this string. Okay, now let me write here something. So hey, I wrote, and if I execute right now, I got here true. Okay, so here number will return false in case of 0, null, and undefined. Now, so this is related to Boolean conversion. Okay, here string will return false in case of empty string, comma, null and undefined. So this is how it works with the number and string. Now, let's see how we can convert it by using the not operator. So we will do the reverse here. So let's say I will convert this. I will not use these Boolean functions here. So I will just remove it. And again, let's go back and assign a number here. 8. Now I executed, I got this 8. If I do reverse this, which I will use here, inverse symbol. And now if I execute, so what it will do, it will automatically convert your number into the Boolean, but it will be in reverse. So if your number was before true, it will make your number as a false. If your number was false, it will just reverse. So right now it will be true. So here, by looking at this, you can say what is the value of this number in Boolean. So the value is 8 here, so Boolean will be true. True, and I am reversing true, so it will be false. So right now I am expecting to get here false. And here you go. But we got just reversed order. But let's see with another one. So right now, here I typed empty. And right now I got true. So this is how it has been written. But if I expand this statement, so it will be something like this. So reverse of Boolean of number. It will be something like this. So now I want to get the original thing. So if this is empty, it should return this false, not true. So for that, I will use another one here, not symbol. I am using twice. So let's say here, if the value is false, it will convert into true. And again, this one will convert into the false. So now if I execute, and here I am providing this value as empty. So right now it will give me false here. If I provide here value as a 0 and execute, it will return me false. If I provide value here 9, and here you go, I have this 2. Okay, so this is how we can deal with Boolean conversion. And this one will be more useful. And we do actually render the conditional thing in React most of the time. So it will more required there. Okay, so these are the few types we have converted, and we can convert something like this. So what happened from the API, whenever you get a response, right? So let's say you are getting a student information from the API details. It happened that some of the number value will be in a string, and you would like to do here some calculation. So in that case, you need to convert those string into number from your side. So this thing happen, and there it will be useful. And Boolean, basically, it will be most of the time, it will be useful in the case of the conditional thing, whenever you go for conditional rendering and all. Okay, so operators have two things. First is operands, means the value, and operator means the symbol what going to do the operation. So let's say plus, minus, into, and this divide, these are the operators. And what we write, so let's say I have two numbers. So first number and second number are operands there. So first of all, let's see the arithmetic operator. So for that, here plus, minus, into, and next one we will go with the modulo as well. Okay, so now I will consider two number 23. Now I need to just add them. So I can write here something like this, which will give me a result here 28. If I want to subtract them, I can do something like this. Okay, now if I want to multiply, it will get multiplied. In case of divide, if I go here, I got this value. But in other programming language, it doesn't work like this. Okay, so if you divide in other programming language, you will get there division. Means here, let's say, let me just reverse the order. And if I execute right now, as you can see, we got this 4.6. So if I do division, I will get only 4. And if I do the modulo, I will get the remainder. But here it's getting completely divided. So that's fine as well. So now let's say if I go with the modulo, here right now, we got here 3. And why we got 3? Because if you divide this 23 by 5, 5 4 ja 20 and 3 is remaining. So 3 is the remainder here. So that's why we got this here. In case if you need any time reminder you need to find, so you can go with this modulo operator, and division will give you exact the divided value. Okay, now there will be some requirement that you don't want the decimal point, you just want to have 4. So that you have to convert by yourself. Okay, so you just need to convert into the number, and I hope it will do that. No, it didn't. So here I think, so parse, there is a something. So parse int. Yeah, I have to call this function parse int. And I have to pass whatever the result I had, and it will convert into the 4. Means it will remove the decimal point what you do had. It will just give you the integer value what got divided. So this is the 4 here we got, and this is the another one function. Now here we have seen this arithmetic operator. Let's see the logicals operator. And or, and you will have this not, what we just discussed. And is something which is going to say that all the parameters should be true. And or is something, it will consider that any one of the parameters should be true. And here it will convert your number into this Boolean in reverse. It will just reverse your number. So now let's see, here I have this first number and second number. Now I want to print them. So here console.log first number and second number. And if I go here right now, I got this 23. So how this is happening here and how this works? So basically, as you can see, I got this output as a 23. Okay, but I didn't get something in Boolean. If you deal with this operator, this will always return a Boolean value. Okay, so now it compared this 5. Here there is a 5, so value got true, so it moved to this parameter. Okay, and second is also true, that's why it got printed here second. So now for a while, let's see, I will make this as a true, means Boolean value and true. Now if both are true, then print here. So now here, as you can see, this got true. Now let me make this as a false. So here I got the false. So this is the truth table of AND operator. So whenever the both parameter, means how, if you have 3 operands, means 3 variable, all 3 should be true, then only it will return value true. Otherwise, it will return false. Okay. So now let's see how we will see this one. So I will write here one console, one message here, let's say. So hello. Now let me execute. And here, as you can see, I got this false. Now let me make this value as a true. And here you go. I got this hello here printed. Here, this is the one operand, means one variable. This is the second variable. And this will act as a third variable with the value hello. But the thing is, as I told you, that whatever we write here in AND, that will get converted in Boolean. So here, if I pass this in a Boolean, this will be a true, because this is not an empty. and that is what we have seen here. So string will return false in case of empty, null, or undefined. So here we got this some value in a string, so it will always be true. So let's not consider this because it will be always true. So the decision will be made on the value of first number and second number. So now both we have true, so that's why we got this. Now let me make this value as a false. And here, as you can see, I got this false. It's not even going from here to there. Now, this can be seen by placing this in middle. So I will just move it here in middle. And now let me execute. Can you see this? I got false. And right now I will make this value as a true and I will make second value as a false. And here again, we have this false. Why? Because this value got true, this value got true, and here once it went for checking, this value got false. So everything become false. That's why we got this. Now, let's say if the first value itself is a false. So here, let's write this as a false. If this value is a false, it will not go for checking these two. That is how it has been configured. And just to think, if this is an AND operation, AND operator we are using, so definitely all value have to be true. First value is a false, it will stop here itself. It will not go for other checking because it knows there is an and for AND, all the values should be true. So it will make decision from here itself, false. Okay, now let's move here to OR operator. So I will just replicate the same and let's go with OR here. So second number. Okay, so now if I print here, as you can see, both value are false, then alone it will print value false. So here I will just add a comment saying if both variable value are true, then it returns true. Okay, if both variable value are true, then only it will return true. But here it will get changed. So I can just write if both variable values are false, then only it return false. Okay. So this is the point have to be noted. So here this value is false and this one is also false. If I execute right now, I will get here value false because both are false here. Now let me provide true first number and right now I will get true value because I have to just check which one is true. If any one of the true, I will just go and execute. I will return the value true. So right now here, this is the true. So this variable itself is a true. So it will not go for checking this second because it knows that I am using OR operator and with OR, I can make a decision with a single one. So here it will execute directly. Now, if let's say the first number variable is a false, means it's false, then in that case, it will go here and it will execute this one. If this is also false, it will return false. If this value is true, then it will return true. Okay, so now we will move to NOT operator. And just we have seen that whatever the result we have, it will convert into the, it will just reverse the result. So we have only two value means in Boolean. So true and false. So if you provide the value as a true, it will get converted into false, and it will do the vice versa. Okay, now let's look at the another one. Here I will mark this as a 1, 2. Now there is a third one, and here we will learn about the ternary operator. And this is the one of the thing we will be using the most. For that, let's say I have these two number. So first number and second number. Let's define a number here. So let's say 6, and let's say go with 9. Okay, so now I can do, means it's more and less like a if condition based. Okay, so if these things happen, then only execute this part, otherwise execute this. Let's understand syntax. And basically you have to write here condition. Okay, and after that you have to write your question mark. So question mark, and your result will be here, means success. If this condition got success, what you need to execute. So here success body will be. Now you have to use colon, and you have to write here false body. So I will give a condition here, and if this condition got satisfied, means this will execute, otherwise this will execute. Okay, so now just have a look here. So I will say first number, here question mark, and I will write number value. So value is, and I will print the value. For that I need to write here somewhere, right? I have to get this variable name. So for that, what I can do, I can just write plus first number colon, otherwise, so value is null or undefined. Okay, now let me execute, and as you can see, I am not doing console log. So for that I need somewhere to store this. So I will write here, let's say result, and console.log, I will print this result. And here you go. So this is something we got from here. Let me comment, execute again. And here, as you can see, first number value is 6. So this result is getting printed. Now, as I said, here, if I do the compare, always it will get converted into a Boolean. If you write anywhere this condition, it will be in Boolean. So right now, let me pass here 0. And here you go. Value is null or undefined, but we have provided 0. So we have to include this 0 here as well, right? Or 0. Now, if I execute, here value is null or undefined or 0. So something like this. Now let's provide this value as a, don't initialize, let's say I will leave it with let. And now if I execute, value is null, undefined or 0, because this is returning false, and that's why it's falling here. Now if I write here something like number and execute here, so first number is p. So here, as you can see, this is a string value, and it will get converted into Boolean, and it will return true. So that's why it's executing.
I'm sorry, Vikas, to interrupt. I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when does the system automatically converts it to Boolean? I've missed it.
Okay. So basically, whenever you are trying to go with the condition, so in case of and or here not, whenever you are trying to use this any operators, it will automatically convert your variable into Booleans. The first thing. Second, if you means as we go, we will learn about the condition and else, right? Here as well, we are trying to make condition based on the value. So their result will be always in Boolean because they don't understand 1, 2, 3. They will convert into the Boolean and then they will just print them. Okay. So here as well, the same thing is happening because we are making a decision based on this operator. So if value is true, then only this will execute, otherwise this one. So here automatically it will convert into a Boolean, whether this number is true or false, and based on that, it will make a decision. So basically,
So
condition.
there is a question mark because of which it's taking as an operator and then converting it to Boolean.
Yeah, see here syntax, right? So here,
Yeah, the condition. So the
what?
condition itself. Okay.
Yeah, and here I have to define the success body. And if this condition got satisfied, means if just you consider if value is true, it will print this. If value is false, it will just print this. And your condition can be a, let's say, n number of parameter, n number of variable you can write here. So right now I will write here true and show you to you guys as well. And here, as you can see, I missed something, it seems. Yeah. So I have to provide value there. Now here I wrote this value as a true, and here it's printing first number value is 8. If I remove here as well, it don't care, it will print here. Value is undefined, don't worry about this message, but this is getting true all the time. Here we wrote true. Now let me make this false, and value is null or undefined or 0. So based on this value, it making a decision. This is a simple and short circuit, you can say. So here this will be the if what, if this happen, execute this, otherwise means else what, execute this. We have this one operator called assignment, so a different operator completely. So equal and this double equal, let's say. So first only one equal will used for assigning. So as we have seen as of now, value of second number will be 9, and we are defining this by writing this equal, and that is called assignment operator. Whereas this double equal and this triple equal will get used for the comparing. So whenever we will like to compare the first value with the second or something like that, we go for double equal or triple equal. If you want to check only the value, then we will go for double, or if you want to check value along with the type, we will go for the triple. So these are basically used for the comparing, and only one equal used for assignment. Okay, so first we will see if condition. So if the syntax will be, so syntax, and first here if, and inside your condition will be, so condition, and it can be a big condition or a small condition, that at the end of the day, that will get converted into only Boolean, a single Boolean, and based on that, it will make a decision. We'll see that thing as well. So now here will be body. So you have to write if, and you have to write your condition, and you have to open this curly bracket, and your if body will be here. So now let's have a look here. So first of all, I will create two numbers. So I can just copy them from there and paste it here. Let's say save. Now again here if first number, then execute this. So I will write here console.log inside. Now if I execute, as you can see, I got this inside because they have value 7 and it is true. Now let's write a program to find which number is bigger. So for that here, actually, we need another one operator, and that is the relational operator. So I just forgot to cover here. So quickly I cover that too, a relational operator, and that operator will be less than, greater than, and again less than, equal to, greater than, equal to. So these are the few. Okay, now here this will again return a result into Boolean alone. So here we will see how to use them one by one. Now let's go with the first number. So first number is greater than here second number. So according to my statement, what I wrote is first number is greater than second number. That means I am making decision that first number is bigger here. So I can write here first number is greater than second number. Now let me execute, and here you go. It didn't execute at all. It didn't print this because this condition got false and we are not handling the other thing. So for that, here I will write another one. So let me write, and I will reverse this. So now if you can see, I need to modify this actually. So here, as you can see, now this become the smaller and the second number become the bigger. So I will call it as first and second. So here, as you can see, so basically it got printed that second number is greater than first, and that is what happening here. So what happened here, this have checked for this condition and this condition got failed because 7 is greater than 9. So this is not true, right? 7 is smaller than 9, not greater than. So that's why it returned here false. Return false. And it will not go inside the body. It will terminate, and from here only it will move to next line. Now here, first number, which is 7. So 7 is less than 9. So this condition become true, right? Because this is the less than, absolutely. So here, in that case, it got printed this number. And if you can see, I wrote the sentences here inside what my condition is saying. So here, this second is bigger. That's why I wrote here second is greater. Now, how we can use if else? If I am comparing two number, there is a three possibilities. First number can be bigger. Second number can be bigger. Or third, both can be equal. Right? So these are the three things. I cannot write three conditions based on this. Right? Three if conditions. So to avoid this, we have if else. Means if first is not executed, go to else. Means if I have a two number and if you don't consider the equal right now, if first number is bigger, if not, second will be, right? Because we have only two numbers. So for that, let's go with if else. So we have to just go with the syntax as well, because syntax will vary there. So second if else condition, here true statement or condition true statement here, else here false statements. So this is how it will be. First you need to write if, and here your condition. Now if this condition get true, we have to execute this. If this condition got false, it will come into the else part and will execute this. So something like ternary operator, what we have seen. So now let's see how can we convert this program into this one. So already we have defined two numbers there. So I will use them and write if first number is greater than second number, then I have to print this message that first number is bigger. Else make a decision and call it as that second number is bigger. If not first, second number is bigger. So now let me comment them and let me execute this. And here you go. Second number is greater than first number. Right now, we don't have to write two if condition, what we did at the top. So here, this is the flexibility we will get. So now, what other thing we can do is, if you change the value variable, so let's say I made it 70 and executed here. Now I got first number is greater than second. So whenever either a block got executed, the second means very next block will be skipped. Means here, as you can see, this got executed. So else block will get skipped. And if this condition got false, means else block only will get executed. So if block will get skipped. Just before we were talking about the three conditions we have. So first number can be bigger, second number can be bigger, or either they can be equal. So how can we handle that? Okay, so there is a one way. So for that, we can go with if else if. It will be kind of ladder. Means if this condition not got satisfied, check with the second condition. If not, check with the next condition. So something like that. So for that here, let's say 3 if else if condition. Okay, now syntax. So if I will provide here condition, else, and here again I can write another one condition. So condition. Okay, now if let's say if this condition didn't got satisfied, I will have here else. So else, execute this block. So if condition, if this condition got satisfied, execute this and it will skip other two block. Now if this condition got false, means this condition got failed, means it will come here and it will check for this condition. So if this condition got succeed, it will not come back here. Okay, it will just come out of it. If this condition also got false, it will come to this and it will execute. So this is what we are going to use right now. So in case of ours, already we have this. So I will just copy this. So first number is greater than second number, then print this message. Okay, so this is how it's look right now. Now I can add another one condition. Okay, or let it be something like this, and on the top of it I can add a condition. So if first number equal to second number, then directly return a message first number is equal to second number. And here this will be considered into else part. So this is how it will look like right now. If first number equal to second number, means if the both number are equal, it will print this message and these two block will be skipped. Now let's say if condition get false, numbers are not equal. So in that case, it will fall here. It will check whether this first number is greater than second number or not. If so, it will go inside and execute this statement. Otherwise, it will come here, means second number is greater and it will execute this. So now let me just execute, and here I got error. So if first number is not defined, I hope I have commented the line first. Okay, here variable name actually n was smaller. So now if I execute, as you can see, first number is greater than second, and that is what here we have. Now let me make it 9. And here first number is equal to second number. We got this message. Now if I increase this value, I will get this too. Second number is greater than first number. And this is the possibility we had here 3. Now, let's say if based on the percentage, you want to make a decision, what is the grade a student have got? In that case, what you will do, you will write a similar kind of else, if else. If is means let's say total average score, right? If more than 60 means first grade. If greater than 45, so in that case second. If greater than 33, so third. Or let's say less than 33, in that case what we will say, we will directly make a statement that he have failed in exam. So something like that we can design. Now I can repeat the same thing in a different way. If I want, I instead of writing here 2 if condition, what I can do, I can write if, let's say this. Otherwise, I can go inside else and I can write another one if else there. Let me show you how can. So here I just copy it. Now let's forget about it. If here first number and second number both are not equal, then I will go inside and I will write here again if, and I can print my condition here by the way. And here you go. So right now what I did, at the top I have one if condition. So first number equal to second number. So then both are equal. Otherwise means else it will come inside. And this is a single block as you can see. And inside I have another one condition. So right now we know that number is not equal. So here right now I am checking for greater than. If so, print this, otherwise print this. So this is the another one way to write this condition. But it's better to go with this because it will not create more confusion as we go for the nested if else. It will be complicated to understand in future. Today we will be covering looping. So let me just open this. So looping is something where you are going to iterate through a object, let's say, or through a array. Let's say you have to print 1 to 100 numbers continuously. So what you will do, you will write a loop. If you can see, the each and every time you have to just print a number 1, 2, 3, 4. Which number is getting changed, but you are printing a number. Okay, so what you will write here is you will go with the loop and it will automatically execute that number of time based on the condition and it will show the output. So we will learn about for loop, while loop we will, and do while, and after that for each we will see. And there is a something called for of, so we will try to see those as well. So now here let's understand for loop. So first of all, let's go with the syntax. Yeah, so syntax. So here for next, you have to declare a local variable to iterate through it. So I will declare a variable with let, let's say. Now I have to define this variable name with initial value. I can define this value with any number or with anything, whatever I would like to do. But this will happen only for the first time. So this variable declaration will happen only for the first time. For loop will have 3 different statements. And this is the first statement. So here let, I have declared a variable I with the value 0. Means I have done the initialization. So this is called initialization. Semicolon. And here second statement will be your condition. So here condition. Now semicolon, semicolon, and here you will have increment or decrement. So plus plus or minus minus. And here we will have this block, and inside this block, we will write this logic. So here, statement. So this is how your for loop syntax will be. So first here initialization, which will execute only for the first time. And after that, from initialization, it will go to condition. And condition, if condition is true, then it will come inside a statement and it will execute. So let's say I have here a couple of lines. So line here 1 and here 2, right? So in this case, it will execute this line, it will execute this line. And after this here, means once it will reach here, it will go to increment or decrement, the third statement here. And it will increase the value accordingly. After that, again, it will jump to condition. And again, here it will verify the condition. If the condition is still true, then again it will come inside, do the calculation here, or let's say it will execute this statement. From here, again, it will jump to increment and decrement. And from here, again, it will come here. Unless the condition get false, it will keep repeating itself. So let's have a look with the example. So here you go. For let I equal to, here I wrote, I have initialized, that is what the first thing. Now I need to write a condition. So I should be less than 2. And here I will increase value of I. So I plus plus. And now here I can just do console.log I. So before jumping to this, let's understand what this increment will do. So this is the another one operator we had. So here plus plus, it will be called it as an increment operator, and minus minus will be called it as a decrement operator. So for a while, let's comment it. So for increment operator, let's say I have declared a variable, let I equal to 5. Now I just want to increase value of I by 1. So I can write here I plus plus. And if I print this console.log, now I will get here value 5. And here you can see I got this 5. So this will look like something. So I equal to I plus 1. Means it will increase the value by 1 and it will assign into itself. So this is how it will look like internally. Now just we have printed this, and here we got this value. Now let's see here, if I go with the minus minus, here it will decrease the value. This is called post decrement, because after the variable we are writing this. Now there is something called pre-decrement or pre-increment. So which will be something like this. I incremented the value. Now if I write here, it will be decrement. Okay. So now what is the difference between post and pre? Because both output looks similar. I did not find any difference. So now let me show you another one statement by writing here console.log I plus plus. I am just commenting this line. So here I wrote I plus plus, and this value is here post increment, what we are trying. Now, can you tell me what is the value it will print here? So here I am printing and it printed before, which is here. So what happened? Here first it will print, and after that it will increment the value by 1. So that's why we got here 4, and in very next line we got 5. So first it printed this, and after that it increased the value. So that is called post increment. And same concept applied to decrement as well. So now let's have a look on pre thing. So here output is 4. I will just copy this and paste it here. Let me comment this. And here 3. So here I wrote plus plus. Now let me see. And here, as you can see, there is a 5. So this statement is printing 5. So what it will do here? First, it will increase the value. Then it will print the value. So this is called pre-increment. And here, as you can see, I got this 5 and before I was getting 4. In case of post increment 4 and in case of pre-increment, we got 5. So this is the difference between them. Okay, so quickly, I will move this little top, not too much. Here, I will comment them. And now let's get back here. And now what I have to do, I have to just execute. So let me execute. And here, as you can see, I got 0 and 1 printed. Or let's say here, hello, and print. And now, as you can see, I have 2 times hello. So let's understand this, how it's working. So for the very first time, I got this I value as a 0 initialized. And now it moved to condition from the initialization and it checked 0 less than 2. So 0 is less than 2. So this is succeeding means here I will get value as a true. And it will get inside. It printed this statement. So we got this very first one. Now from here, it will get back to this last statement, last block. Okay. And here the condition what we wrote to increase the value of I by 1. So previous value was 0. Now it will be 1. And from here, actually, it will jump to here, condition directly. And 1 is less than 2 because value become 1. So 1 is less than 2. This condition got true. So now again it printed hello, which is here. Again it will come back here and from here it will jump. Now it will increase the value again by 1. So right now the value will be 2. And here it came for the condition check 2 less than 2. Which is not right because 2 is equal to 2, not less than. So that's why this condition got false and it will terminate the loop from here itself and it from here it will come out. So it will come out to next line. Okay, so this is how actually for loop works. Now let's say I want to cover this 2. I want to print this 2 value as well. So I have to apply here equal. So right now it will check if 2 value is equal to 2. It will be true and it will print 3 times here. 3 times. And here you go. We have 3 times hello printed. So now let me print here numbers. Here I value from starting from 0 and it's keep going till 2 or let's say what is the number I define here, maximum limit, right? So now let me print number till 10. So for that, because I am starting loop from 0, so I will just compare less than 10. Now, if I execute, as you can see, I got this 1 10 times. Now, let me print the value means number count. I don't want to print this 1 this many times. So for that, value of variable I is getting changed each and every time. So I will write here. And here you go. I have this 0 to 9. But if you want to increase, what you can do, you can just print here by adding 1 to 10. Keep remember that you are not modifying the value of I, just we are printing. If we write something like this, means modifying, it will decrease the number of iteration because it will increase 1 time here and it will increase here 1 time. So 1 it become 2. So each and every iteration the value of I will get increased by 2. So that's why we got here this table of 2. It's super easy to find a table. Let me show you. So I will start loop from 1, because if I multiply anything in 1, it will be 0. So here I wrote, now add here equal. So it should be equal as well. And now I need to just execute this. Here I got this 1 to 10. Now if you want 2 table, just here you have to write 2. And if you want 3 table, you have to write, let's say 3. So you will get the table. I want to print all the even number which comes under 1 to 10. So how can I do that? So now let me just write a program to find odd or even number. If you are trying to divide a number by 2 and let's say remainder is 0, right? So you can make a decision that number is equal. And if not, that number will be odd. So here, as you can see, I have 2 cases alone, means odd or even. So can I go with if else? Okay. So I will create a variable. So I will declare a variable. So const number equal to 5. And I have to find the remainder. And if you do remember, we have discussed this in yesterday class, that how to find a remainder. And for that, we have to use modulo operator. So now let me just do console log. I am breaking this into a lot of pieces. So here number and modulo 2. And let me see result. And here you go. I have this result as a 1. Now let me go with 6 here. And here I have 0. So whenever I will get this 0, that means that will be an even number, because it got completely divided. So here I can write double equal and 0, right? So now I will get this in Boolean, true or false. So here type will be same. So I can go with the 3 equal. And here you go. Now, if I write here 1, here I will get false, because the remainder is 1 and 1 not equal to 0. So this can be my condition. So here I can write if, so if this happens, so print
console log dot even number.
Yeah, even number. Now come to else, and directly we have to write odd number.
Suppose if you want to do the input dynamically, we just need to create a function and call the function downwards, right?
Yeah, we will see. Right now,
Okay.
whatever we are doing, just we are hard coding this value. In order to get the dynamic value, you have to get from the console, let's say. From here you can do, and you can inject the value. So we will see in upcoming classes. Let's understand this first, and we will be doing that too. And if you talk about React or something, so there you will get this value from the input box, right? So based on that, you will be able to do all the operations. So now here, number 1 we have assigned, and let me execute this. And here you go, odd number. It's a little odd, right? So I want to print 1 is odd number. So 1 is odd number. If I go with 2, here I got 2 is even number. So now we have to use this logic to print how many are odd or how many are even. We can go with that. But if you want to print only the even number, you have to go with the condition. So now you understood this completely. So I will comment it out. Okay. And problem to print all even number between 1 to, let's say, n. So this n means the value can differ. If I am defining the value of n like 10, I will get value till 10. If I define this n value as 100, I will get all the even number between 1 to 100. So now this is the problem we have. So let's understand this problem first of all. What we should do. So first of all, whatever he defined this n value, based on that, I need to iterate that many times. The simple thing. So let's say if this is 10, I have to iterate 10 times. So do that first of all. So for let
I is equal to 1 to I less than 10, I plus plus, right?
yeah. So I am starting from 1. I should be less than or equal to 10 and I plus plus. So this statement will iterate 10 times. So let's verify here. So console.log I. Now let me show you. And here I have this 10 times. Okay. Now let's say if I write 100, I will get this till 100. I have to just replace value of n here. So I will call it as a const and n equal to 10 here. And I will replace this hard-coded value with n. Okay, now my program become n. So in future, I have to just modify this value and it will work. If I refresh right now, I am getting this 10 times because this is still the same. Just we made this as a different, means we have created a variable and we assigned here. Now I have to write a condition. So if you can see here clearly, you are getting value of I, which is value of number. Here, if I combine both of them right now, what I have to do here, I was dividing in number. I was just doing this operation with the number modulo 2. But here I have to do same thing with I because the value of I will keep varying. So here, what I will write, if I modulo 2 equal here 0, it means it will be a even number, right? I will be even. So here I can make a decision. I can call it as, I can use the same. So 2 is even number or something like that. Now here you go, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. So let's say it in case of 1, it will come here, it will check this condition, it will get false, and it will get out of it. Now from here, it will go to increase. So now what happening here is, we are not handling the another one condition for the odd one because we need even alone. That's why we are just filtering it and we are printing it. I would like to print the number of odds. So I have to just here add not, and here you go. I will have odd number. Yeah, definitely I need to change this. So I will remove this. And this is how here it will. Let me show you till 100. So I have just modified there and I will get this 90, 92, 94, something like this. But can you tell me here how many times this loop is getting iterated?
100 times?
100 times. Yeah, that's true. So here 100 times. But I know the real logic of even number, right? Because if I have number from 1 to 100, I will get the 51 alone. So why I am iterating 100 times? Why can't I iterate only 50 times? And in that case, I don't need to write the condition as well, right? So for this problem alone, let's reduce number of iteration. So come with the optimized solution. So for that here I will call it as solution 1. Okay, now I am going to use same, and here this will be solution 2, and I am using the same. So I will comment this code right now. Now you understood it will do the same, right? So here let's comment this line as of now, and we have to focus on now reducing number of iteration. So here I am starting from 1, and right now let's start from 2 because 2 is the very first even number. So I will start from 2, And instead of increasing this number by 1, I will increase by 2. It's just like a table of 2. So 2 1 ja 2, 2 2 ja 4. So first time it will be 2, and next time whenever it comes here, I will increase the value by 2. So it will be 2 plus 2 equal to 4. But now the question comes here, how can I do that? So if you do remember, before we have seen, I can write here I plus plus. And now one time here it will increase, and another one time here it will increase. So now if I print the value, so I will just enable this. Here I don't have any condition because those are commented. Now if I print, here you go. So let me make this 10. And here as you can see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Now we have removed, or we have decreased this number of this iteration by half, n by 2, right? Before it was 100, and now it will do only 50 times. But this is redundant, right? We cannot write here and here, because sometimes, let's say if tomorrow someone is coming to modify this program and he made changes, not here, he made here but not here in condition. So we may ended up in creating a problem. So for that, here, instead of doing this, I can just write it here only. But how can I increase 2? So for that, I equal to I plus 2. I can write this condition. So what I am doing here, value of I will get increased with the previous value by 2. So now if I execute, here you go, I have still the same. And right now the number of iterations, it got decreased to n by 2. If you have doubt about why we are doing this, yeah, this is a simple program we are writing. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense, and it will not take much space in our memory as well. But as we go further, we have to always try to write a code which is robust and which take very less space. Because once we were iterating, those 50 iterations were extra, and to be honest, those were not required because I was not doing anything with those iterations. So in order to avoid that, I have done this. Okay, so we can go with this solution. Now there's a task. I have to print the number which is divisible by 5. How can I do that? So let's say problem 3, print all. So again, you have to print a number, and this 8 can also vary. Okay, so right now I have written here 8. I can go with the 5, or I can go with the 10. So you have to print all the numbers which are divisible by this. So how can we do this? So for that, first of all, I need to write a for loop. So for let I 0, I should be less than n. So that is what, and n we will define here. So const n equal to, let's say 10 as of now. And here colon I plus plus. Okay. Now we have to just divide, and let's see if number is getting divisible completely or not. So I can go with this condition. If here I and modulo 8 equal to 0. If I get this, which means the number got divided completely, right? So here I can write I is divisible by 8. And now if I go and execute, as you can see, I got 0. So definitely I have to remove this 0. So 1, and I will add here equal. Okay, it should start from 1 and it should go till there. So 8 is only one divisible here. Now let me add here 100, and it will give me here 8, 16, 24, T2 means all these number which are divisible. Now let's say I have to find with 9. I have to just replace that and it will work with the 9. And now here I can make this as a number as well here. So 8, and here it will be a number. Right now, you don't need to pass anything here. You don't need to even modify this. It will take number from here. It will take the maximum value. And yeah, we can call it as a max limit, isn't it? To n. So here, this is how we can write this. Whatever you pass, it will find that. And here, as you can see, n is hard coded. So now I will convert this 8 into variable name. So here number. So whatever the value comes, it will come. So right now, if I execute, you will see 8. But if I go with 9, it will print here 9, those are divisibles, and here by 9. So this become dynamic right now. This message alone is hard coded here. Okay. So we have seen this as well right now. Is there any questions here? So here the next question for you guys. I want to just print all the number who is divisible by, let's say, 5 and 8. Here I just added, means I want a number which is divisible by 5 as well as by 8.
Can you repeat it again, Vikas?
Yeah. So I want to print all the number which are divisible by 5 and 8.
Okay. Going to the if condition,
Okay.
you can write both like 8 modulo 0 and operator. You can use and operator.
Okay. So now, yeah, you are absolutely right. So I will just replicate the same. And here n equal to 100 we have, and number 1 I will call it as a, okay. And here we are talking about the two numbers. So I will go with the number 2. Let's say I have considered number 2 as a 5, number 1 as a 8. So here I have to check this is the iteration value, is divisible by this number 1. Means once it got divisible, which means I is divisible by 8. Now I can go with and I can write the same condition that I is divisible by number 2. Means I am comparing for the same number. So let's say if number 1 is coming, here value of I is 1, it will divide with this. And if remainder is 0, this got succeed, means true. And here again it will come. So value of I is 1, and again it will check for this. And if both of them become true, then only it will get inside. Otherwise, it will just be outside. It will not print. Okay. Or either of one is got true and another one is false, it will not come inside. That is what we have seen yesterday in operators. So now let's see divisible by 1, and I will write here number 2. Now let me execute, and here you go. So 40 is divisible by 8 and 5, and 80 is divisible by 8 and 5. Okay, so there are only two numbers which are divisible by 8 and 5 within 100. It's super easy, right, to find this. Okay, so now here with the same problem, actually I have another one. Okay, so I will just write problem. So print count of all number which are divisible by 8 and 5. Yeah, it remains same between this one. Okay, so before jumping to this, let's see, there was another one case. So if I say here, number should be divisible by 8 or 5. Means if it is divisible by any one of them, just print them. So in that case, what I have to do, I have to just modify the operator. So for the OR, I have to write here OR operator. And now if I execute, here as you can see, I got lot of number, to be honest. So 5 which is divisible by here, but there is a confusion, right? I don't know that from which number it got divided, but we'll see how to customize this as well in that way. So now, as you can see here, 5, 8, 10, which is divisible by 5, 15, which is divisible by 5, 16, which is divisible by 8. So we got this here, right? By writing the OR, we can get either. So now the question changed here, and there is a minor change, not the major one. So here, as you can see, print count of all number which are divisible by 8 and 5. So just before we have seen, if I was dividing, I got how many counts? There are 2, right? So I want to print 2 there. That's it. That is what this programming is saying. So print count of all number. So count means a single number, right? So here, in this case, which is 2. So I have to print 2. So guys, now tell me, how can we do this? Okay.
First, we can put count is equal to 0 and then
Increment the counter.
yeah.
Okay.
Is the values.
Yeah, that's the absolutely right answer. But the problem again here we have where I should put the count, where I should declare the count, and where I should increase the count.
Okay, you can count is equal to 0 in the starting and then increment in the loop.
Okay, so can you
Like for after.
Yeah, can you tell me the
After
line
for.
number? After 4, okay.
Yeah.
What
Count.
should I write?
Count is equals to 1. You can.
Count
I mean 0. Count
Okay.
is equals to 0.
Okay.
And it only increments if the if condition is passed, and yeah, after the counts, so yeah, console you can put as after that you can put as
Okay.
count
plus,
increment.
Count plus, right? And where should I print this? Because I
Once it's done after the if.
After the
if.
console.log. Okay.
Okay.
So are you guys ready, or you want anything to modify me?
Or you can write after the for, I think. Like since the count has to go and then increment. Okay. Counter plus.
Should I move outside? What you are saying?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I did remember in C we have done, but
Okay, so see,
just trying to
you
understand.
don't need something that which already you have done. Means right now, just try to think.
No.
what
I mean,
you
even I
have.
remember the logic also. Just I'm thinking, rechecking that. I'm
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to print how exactly how the the
Yeah.
interpreter is going to work. Yeah, we have done this type of things before. That's I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so see, there is a major issue in this. And can you guys tell me what is the issue here? First of all, we haven't declared this variable.
Yeah, we need to declare it.
It's locally declared, right?
Yeah, but I am not declaring the type, right? I should go with,
okay. Const.
yeah, I should go with the type. So that is the first
const.
issue.
Okay.
Second, whenever this loop iterate, this will set to 0. So whatever the value here I had, it will vanish. It will replace by 0.
Yeah.
Second and major.
It should be.
Okay. Now the third, we are printing this count inside, so it will print means that
all the time.
numbers of time how many the loop will iterate. So
both should be out actually.
Yeah.
So both should be inside, right?
Yeah. Outside of the for.
Okay. So I just moved resolve one issue. Second, I will declare this with let, not with the const, because we are trying to modify. Now the problem
yeah.
Because here the count we are setting each time 0. So whenever it, let's say, I will take a simple example with the 5. Okay. Now I am trying to execute. Here the value is 1, and here it will come. 1 is less than 5. It's true. It will set the value count as a 0. It will check here. And in case of 1, it's not divisible by 5 and not 8. So it will not go inside. And again, it will come here and it will set the value to 0. So this is, we don't want, right? We want to persist what happened before. So for that, we have to move this outside. Now, only one time we are setting this 0 and we are running this loop. And after this, here, actually, we are printing. So hope it should work right now. I got here, total count is 0.
Yes.
Because we are finding between 5. This is the max limit we have, right? And definitely
Yeah.
5 we don't have. So right
Yeah.
now,
Yes.
let's go with 100 and I should get 2. Total count is 2.
Exactly.
In case of this, the learning lesson is I have to declare only once. And I have to print number of count at the last, means after all the execution. So definitely that should be at the last. Okay. And now when we have to increase the number of count, definitely once the condition got satisfied, what we are trying to achieve. So based on that, here I have to do. Okay. So now I have couple of minutes. So can you guys help me to find count of even or odd number? So already we had this program, print all even number between 1 to n. So can you guys help me to find here count of all number?
Same thing. Initialize count is equal to 0 on the top.
0.
Yeah. And change the console.log to count. That's okay. And then
Here
why
should I,
don't? Yeah. No. Yeah. Like after, if you write count is count plus plus and then put the console.log outside.
okay. So here
Copy. Count is equal to plus plus.
And here number of count.
Yeah.
So let's say count here. I think we commented that. And we got this 50. So within 100, yeah, there are 50 even number.
Yeah.
First of all, so let's understand while loop and do while loop. So here, while loop. Now, here, if I talk about the syntax, it almost works similar. So here, syntax, I have to pass while, and here in this bracket, I need to pass a condition. Here, body, and if this condition gets satisfied, here will be statement. As we have been doing in for loop, we will increment the value or decrement the value. Similarly, we will be doing inside this while loop, because we don't have something like for loop, a different 3 block here. So first at the top, if required, we will initialize that value or directly, so we can declare or initialize. Now here the condition will get checked, and inside this we will do increment or decrement to that variable value. So now let me just comment and give an example. So first example here. Now we have been talking about the printing a number from 1 to 10, right? So let me do that. So for that, I will declare a variable and max limit equal to 10. Now, I know max limit is 10. I have to create a iterator. So I will call it as let iterator equal to 0. So what does it mean actually? So here, as you can see, I have done this initialization. Now, while and I should be less than or equal to max limit, and I can go with 1 here because I am applying here equal to. Now I need to provide the body. So before that, I will do console log of I, and I will do the increment here. Now if I execute this program, I will get the same output what we were getting with the above program to print the number 1 to 10. So right now cd, and here you go. So we got similar thing. At the end of the day, we are doing the same. means we are breaking these things into three. So here initialization, here is condition, and inside this definitely we have to do this increment or decrement. So this is how it works. Question was find the sum of digits of numbers, right? So here I will give a few example. Okay, so example here, let's say I have n equal to 1, 2, 3. So what should be the answer? 1 plus 2 plus
6.
3, yeah, which is equal to 6. So this should be the answer here. If I divide this number by 10, what will happen? Will I get this last digit 3 as a reminder? So if I divide this number by 10, what will be the result? So I need reminder. So divided by 10. So here I will get this 3. Right? Now I will remove this 3 after that. We'll see how to remove. And after that, I will have just 12. I will again do the modulo by using 10. And this time I will get 2. Now the only 1 will be remaining. If I do 1 modulo 10, I will get 1. And now here you go. I have 3 plus 2 plus 1. And I can add them. And now this value becomes 0. So I can stop the loop. Okay. So now we have discussed about two operators. So divide operator and this modulo operator. So modulo operator will give me the reminder. And division will give me how many times it got divided. So if I divide with this 10, I will get 12, which I wrote here. And if I do the modulo, I will get just 3. Here I have 12. I will just divide this with 10 and I will get 1 because only one time I can divide. So 1 and 2 will be reminder. And I will keep doing unless I get here 0. So let's see how can we do this. So first, let number equal to 1, 2, 3. Now I will write while number not equal 0. If number is not equal to 0, just keep executing this. That is what I am writing. Now, first thing I have initialized. Second, I wrote the condition. Now I need to modify this number variable. Otherwise, it will ended up in infinity loop, right? So infinity loop is something which will never end. Means value will grow and loop will keep executing all the time. So now here I need to do that. So before that, let's do console.log and number modulo 10. And now I am not modifying, so it will ended up here in infinity loop. And as you can see, I am getting this 3 all the time. I need to stop. Okay. Now here I need to modify the value. So this will give me the reminder. So I will create a variable const rem reminder. And here you go. I have this reminder. Now I need to get sum of reminder, right? So I will create a variable outside called sum of digits and equal to 0. Once I have this reminder, I will write sum of digits. Okay, let me use this operator alone as of now. Something like this. So what did I do here? Sum of digit means first time I will get 0. And what will happen if I get value 1, 2, 3? So it will divide it, which reminder will give me 3 alone. So I will add this 3 here in sum of digit, which is 0 here, and right at the last it will be 3. Now I need to modify this number. So for that I will do number divided by 10 and assign to number. Simple. Or I can just parse into int. So here, parse int, because I want to get only the decimal point number. I don't care about the after decimal. So that's why I am parsing it. As we have discussed in very first class, that if I divide 1 to 3, so I will get 12.3, right? So I don't want to get decimal. So I will get only 12 here by parsing in integer. Now, let me execute, and as you can see, it got stopped. The loop got stopped. We are not printing anything. That's why it's also not printing. So now what will happen for the execution? For the very first time, let's say I will get 123, and it will check the condition is true because the number is not equal to 0. Now it will divide. I will get here 3. It will come to next line. Here, sum of value is 0 and 3. 0 and 3 equal to 3. So at last, sum of digit value will be 3 here. Now let's come to this line. So number is 123. 123 divided by 10, which is equal to 12.3. Now I am converting, means I am just parsing into integer, which will give me 12, and finally I am storing in number. So now the value of number will be 12. Again, we don't have other line of code here, so it will jump to while loop, and here it will check 12 is not equal to 0. Yeah, it's not. So now again 12 here modulo 10, so it will be 2. Now sum of digit is already 3 plus 2, which is going to be 5. Now here 12 modulo 10, this time I will get only 1. Now again it will go, it will check here, and 1 which is not equal to 0, and here it will do the remainder and it will give me 1 because it's not divisible even single time. So now here sum of digit plus remainder, right? So 5 already I have in sum of digit, and this time I will get 1, which is 6. Now if I divide here, I will get the value 0. So here it will come, and now the value of I will be value of number will be 0, and here it's checked, the condition is false, and it will terminate the loop. So now here, as you can see, this is just a local variable, we don't need outside. Here I got the result 6, sum of digit. So now I need to print here console.log sum of digit, and hope we will get our answer. Here you go. Now let's provide this random value, something like this, and verify. I got 43. So guys, I need your help to add this number because I'm not very good with math. So here 7 and 3, it's 10, 16, 20, 23, 30, and 35, and yeah, 5, 40, and 3, 43. It's correct. Now let's talk about do while loop. So if I do the syntax here, almost it is gonna be same. So now syntax do, and here I will have the statements. Okay, now at the last I will have this while, and here condition. Okay, so this is the syntax here. In other iteration, means for loop or while loop, you have noticed that condition will be at the first, but in do while loop, the condition will be at the last. Okay, now first it will execute this block for the very first time. That means this loop will get executed at least once. If your condition is even false, it will execute once, because it will execute this block first, and after that it will check the condition. So let's say I have provided something as a false. It will come inside, right? It will execute this, and after that only it will check the condition. And for the next time, it will terminate. So this is the major difference between do while loop and while loop. Because while loop first execute the condition, and based on the condition, it will execute the statements. But in do while loop, it will execute the statement and then execute the condition. So now let's get an example here. Let's do a basic thing first of all. Console. So do while loop. I will come out of it and I will write while and condition, let's say false. For the very first time itself, I am passing this condition as a false. This is hard coded. I am not modifying. It's not dynamic. Now let's see. So here, as you can see, do while loop. So it got executed for the very first time. And after that, it came here, it checked the condition, which is false. So it will not go again. So now, can you tell me where I should use this? In a smartphone, attempting 3 times wrong password, I should lock your phone. Something like that. So there, if you can see, for the very first time, I would like you to enter password. So if you entered everything, so I will make this error as a false, so which will not execute this block. If not, I will check here, let's say error should be less than or equal to 3. And first time, let error equal to 0. Yeah, it should be less, let's say. So now what it will do? For the very first time, it will allow user to enter the password. Now, if user have entered the wrong password, that means I will increase the value of error. Okay. Now this value will become 1. Okay. And this is how it will get executed. Actually, this condition is being false because this is the 0, and once this 0 will get converted into the binary, it will be false. So here we are unable to increase this value. That's why it's keep on executing. So it went into infinity loop. So now if the error happened, actually we will just increase this value, and here we can check again. We can ask the same thing. It's used for the repetitive things, right? If the error happen, if you have entered wrong password, I will again increase the value of error and reload the same UI. So that is what we can do using do while loop. So those kind of scenario, because for the very first time, I am not sure whether the user have entered anything or not. So I will load the UI. So this is how for the very first time, we are just printing this message. And next time I will execute only if the condition is true. Otherwise I won't. Here another one topic called break and continue. We can do this break to come out of the loop. We can use this keyword. So first of all, let's understand why we need this and where we will apply. So let's say if error happen, in that case, you don't want to execute other things, right? You will stop immediately, come out of that loop if you are executing a loop. So there we can use this break, or there will be multiple scenario where you want to avoid the extra execution. So in that case, so let's say I was checking for the prime number. I found that number got divisible for the very first time, means with the 2 or 3. I will not keep iterating with the others as well. I will break the loop immediately and come out of it and will make the decision. I cannot wait until the loop get over. So for that, we will use the break. So now I have a simple while loop. Let's write. So, and here I am printing the value, as you can see. Now just let me execute, and 0, 1, 2, 9, it has printed. Now let's say just I want to print only till 5, or if I got the value 5, let's break the loop. So if I equal to 5, then break. Now you can see I got till 5, not more than that. And after that, immediately it will stop your loop. Okay, it will not let loop execute any more iteration. So here, once this condition got satisfied and break got executed, it will come out of this loop and it will execute next line. So here console.log outside of loop, and now here as you can see 5, it has printed till there and out of loop. Okay, if I don't do break, it will print till 10 and then it will come out of loop once this condition get false. But in case of this break, it will come out of once this condition got satisfied and this break statement got executed. Next is continue. So here continue, and basically this continue will get used to skip any one of the point. So let's say here the same example what we took, that I don't want to print this 5. So in that case, continue will help me to stop executing remaining of the line and it will execute the other statement. So now let me copy the same program from here and paste it. Now here, as you can see, I have this, okay? And if I write here continue, and let me just see, and here you go. It ended up in infinity loop. And guys, can you tell me why this is happening? If it went into the infinity loop, that means the value of I becoming 5 all the time, right? It's not increasing. That means this statement is not executing. If so, then why? So before this, let me just paste this at the top. And now let me execute this. And here you go. But I can't see any difference, isn't it? Because here value I was 0. So I am doing increment first, so which will be 1, and it will start printing from 1. So it has printed 1 to 10 continuously. There's no issue with that. But right now, guys, let me show you by writing this console log here and I value. Okay, so for the first time, 1 here, 2 here, 3, 4. But can you see here something is missing? For the 5, I didn't get. I didn't get here for the 5 because this condition got satisfied. So this line means whatever the statement I have after this will get skipped. So statement will get skipped. Okay, so that's why I didn't get here. And again, as you can see, it got increased the value, so it will print for the 6. Condition is not satisfied, so here it will again execute the same. So here, some of part of the loop we are executing and we are skipping by help of this continue. Now let's say you don't want to print the value of I at all, right? So I will remove, okay, let it be here, and I will just remove from the top and paste it here. Now what it will do? For the others, it will print the value, but for the 5, it will not. Here you go. You have here 4, you have here 6. There's no 5. And that is happening because once the value of I is 5, it will execute this continue statement, which will allow it to skip this. Or if I have 50 lines of code here, all of them will get skip here. Okay, so it will skip this and it will get back here with the next value because we have increased already. So this is how this continue works. Switch is something based on the value of it, you will execute certain line of code. Or we can go with API scenario once we will get the success or once we will get any error. So here I have, let's say, a status. Based on the status, you want to do something. So here a status, let's say success. Okay, now here switch, and I will have something like this. Switch, and you have to pass your status and inside this, there will be multiple cases. So here, this is the one possibility. Now I have another one. So here I will do case and failed. Now colon, and here console.log failed. So whenever the status I will get as a success, it will execute this line alone. So I need to break because I don't want to execute after this next one. So I will break the statement. Now there is something called default, and here it will print this. So default, and this is how it will be. So now we have this status as a success. So let's execute this, and here we will get success. It will execute this block alone. It will not go to next one. Okay, if I pass here, let's say a status as a failed, it will execute. I think I did something wrong. Yeah. So here, as you can see, I did spelling wrong here. Right? Because failed, it should be something like this, right? If I failed. Yeah. So spelling was wrong here. And as you can see, the default got executed here. So if any one of the case is not matching with the type, the default block will get executed immediately. So here in this case, success was not, it was not matched with a status, didn't match to success and failed. That's why I got here default. Now I just corrected it. So I should get here failed. So here it will check for the case. So this is not true. So here it will come to next. It's true. So it will execute. So this is something like a if else as well, you can say. If the status is this, it will execute this block, otherwise this block, else this one. Or this will be the syntax. So basically, how many cases you want to define? You have to define with the case. And here you can go define the value of the status. What is the possible value here? And based on this value, what would you like to do? So those code goes here. This is how we can use switch. So here we will learn about the manipulation of number. Let's create a number. So const number equal to 7. Okay. And now here actually we have few methods as we discussed it last class. So console.log number, and I hope we have seen this method to string. So basically, it will convert my number into a string, right? That is what we have discussed. And if I do any operation, it will do the concatenation, which is here 71. But now, if you want to convert any number into, let's say, binary. So for that, you can provide here value 2, and you will get here binary. So binary number of 7 is here 111. If you want to get for 16, you have to change here and you will get here this value. This is the 16 binary number. So for this, I can use this toString method. Now, if I want to provide, let's say for the octadecimal, I can go with 8. And here you go. I can go with 16. And here you go. And by default, it will be 10. So here 10, that's why we are getting 16. If you don't provide any value, it will be 10. Okay, so this is the one of the functions we have on number. Now let's look for others. So console.log. So before this toString, and here to convert into binary, and here representation, and here the number will be something like this. Okay, now let's understand the next line. So for next one, here we have something called toFixed. So number dot toFixed, and here let's go with 2. Now here I execute, and here you go. So here, let's say you have something requirement that you want to display all the numbers with 2 decimal points. So let's say you have this value, right? Dot 67. So right now it will print your 67. It will not do the auto conversion or anything. Actually, you have this many digits after the decimal points. So in this case, it will round that and it will make your 16.68. So it's just rounded up. Now let me just provide here value 4. And here you go. So this is the general math what we use. If the next value is more than 5 or more than 5, it will go for ceiling, and not, then it will go for floor. So that's why last time when it was 7, it printed 6.68 because this 7 was greater than 5, and it just increased the value at the top. Means 7 to 8, it just converted. Now the value is 4 here, which is the floor value, means less than 5. So it will just do the lower. So that's why it's make it 0, remaining one. So here it stay 6.7. Okay. So now this is what we can use here for to fix and get the similar digit. Now let's say if you don't have this decimal, it will add 2 decimal, means 20 by itself. So it make your representation consistent. So let's say if you are dealing with currency, right? So in that case, you want this decimal to be there everywhere. So you can do that. Okay. So we have here math dot, and these are the functions actually we can apply. So here, as you can see, so seal, this is the what I was talking. So here number. Okay. Otherwise, let's go with number written here. Why to create a variable? Now, if I print this, so console.log, here I am doing the ceiling. So it will auto convert this because this value is 8. So here it will make 17. That is what happened. If I write here 2 or 1, whatever, right now we are calling this ceiling, means seal method. So it will automatically pick the upper value all the time. But in case of 2 fixed, it was dynamically based on the next value to each. So right now, let me write here another one, floor. And right now it will make this 16. If I write here 9, it will make 16 only. So this is how we can use these math functions. We have a lot of functions here actually. So you can use this square root. So if I write here 4, here as you can see, I got this 2. If I write here 9, I will get 3. If I write 10, I will get this value. Okay, so we are able to find square root of it. So this will give you the absolute value. So minus 56, it will return me only 56. It will convert into the absolute value. I will send you some of the blocks and you guys can explore about the math function as well. And string const name string, and let me just do console.log name dot. Okay, didn't suggest anything because of the duplication. So here let's say first name and ABC first name. Now if I execute, I got the same, and here you go. So I hope I do remember that we have discussed about this caret. I have to pass the index number, and based on that, it will return me the character on that index. If I pass a 0, I will get here A, because at the 0th index, I have this A. Now let's pass here 10. And here, as you can see, 10 index doesn't exist here at all. So that's why I got empty. Now let's go to next function. So here character code add. So if I pass here 0 index, again I need to pass index, and here I got this 65. Okay, but here we haven't mentioned anywhere 65, isn't it? So why I am getting this? So basically, whatever the value we have at index 0, so that is A in this case, and A will get converted into the ASCII code. So that's why ANSI code we are getting as a 65. If I write here, let's say here 1, I think we will get 98. Yeah, we got 98. So this is,
So what is char code at 1.98 because?
okay. So here, basically, if you search for, let me just show you ASCII code. Okay, so this is the full form. Actually, I do not remember all the time this full form, honestly. So whenever actually you deal with computers, no, it have the code, right? You don't know if you write A or B or C, something like that. So it have some representation of them. So now if you can see, even including your all the symbols, how many these laptops support, for everything they have a ASCII code. Okay, so here as you can see, if I type here 33, I will get this here exclamatory mark, and for this H we have this 35. So in case of capital A, we got this 65, and small b we got this 98. So from 65 to this 90, we have this capital letter ABC, means alphabet. From 97 to 122, we have this small letter alphabet. Okay, it's printing based on this. Okay, so that's why we are getting those number, and here we are passing the index number of this string. So here 1, and this will be 0, and B will be at the 1 index. So that's why we are getting this code for the B. Okay, now let's move to other. So we have concat, and here end with includes. So let's see here. End with and provide here C. I got this true. Why? Because this string is ending with C. If I write here A, it will just return me false because A doesn't exist there. But right now, let me show you another one thing. So I wrote here C, and executed. And here you go. Can you tell me why I got this false? Because here it's in capital letter and a small letter here. So as I have shown just before, that both are
Case
not
sensitive.
same. Yeah, case sensitive.
Yeah.
So right now, how can I get my exact answer? Because this should be true, right? So how can I get that? So for that, before matching, I will just convert this first number into uppercase or lowercase. And I will do the same with this string as well. So now let's say name dot, here I will apply to lowercase. And then I will apply this end with. Now here I will write to lowercase here as well. Now if you go, you will get this true, because there is a chances that here user may provide this capital letter as well, right? Because this is something what user can input. So this can be sometimes capital letter or small letter. So I don't want to miss any one of the case. So that's why I have converted both of them into a smaller, means same case. And after that only I am comparing them. This is the one of the learning. Actually, we have to make sure whenever we compare or do something like this, we have to make sure it follow the same case. Otherwise, in few cases it will work, and in few in capital letter, let's say it's working, then in lowercase it will not work. So then that will be an issue. So this is how we can convert this into a lowercase as well. And instead of this, we can provide uppercase, and it will get converted into uppercase. And here we have this include, and I can write here a string or substring, you can say. So let's say I wrote here AB. Right now, if I execute, it will tell me a Boolean value, whether this AB exists in this first name or not, which is here. That's why it's printed true. Now, If I remove and pass a c, small c, it will return me false because small c doesn't exist. Let's say pass here capital C, and here you go. Okay, now here and here you go. I have this. Okay, so this is how we can use this include to find a particular substring. Right now I can pass here any one of the letter and I can check what is the index of that. So if you do remember last what we were doing, means character at, we were passing the index and we were getting the letter. But right now I can pass the letter and I can get index of it. So here I passed B and B at the first index, and here you go, I have. So I can do this. In order to get this suggestion, what you have to do just declare your variable with a string and you will get all of this here. Okay, now let's talk about this trim. So trim is something when you have space at the first. So I have space here this many, and at last as well I have this space. Right now if I print, as you can see, it got printed with space. Otherwise it could have been here, right, left aligned completely, but it has shifted. So right now in order to remove the white spaces, I can use trim. And here you go. As you can see, it have trim from the outside and inside, both. In order to understand this, let's write here value dot length. Okay, which will give me the length. Okay, I don't need to call as a function. I just need to write something like this. And as you can see, we can see only 3 letters, but here it's till 10 because I have added white space. Now we know that this is 10. So let me just do trim. So trim dot length. And now let's see, we got here 3 because 3 letters exactly we have here. Now we have something option called to trim at the one end as well. So name dot trim a start. Let's say if you want to remove only at the first, not after that. So you can go with this. And let me find the length here. So inside length. And here you go, 7. If I want to trim at the last only, I need to go with trim end. This is a function. And let's see. Okay, so this is how, if you want to remove this space, you have to go with trim a start. If you want to remove this space, you have to go with trim end. And if you want to remove both of them, go with trim. So now this you can understand in case of username. So because whenever you take a username, means user can input, let's say 1 or 2 empty space without knowing, and he wrote the email ID. So before comparing and matching with your database, that email, what you can do, you can always trim that. Definitely you can't do with the password because there's a chance that empty, means this space can be his password. So we cannot do there. But in case of actually username, definitely we can do that. Here I declared function and I have to provide the function name. So here, let's say print name. It will take name as a parameter, and here whatever we pass, it will print that name. So name is, and here name. Print a name, and let's pass this name. So I need to jump to that JavaScript folder and then node date12.jx, and here you go, name is Vikas, right? After this, let's place this function inside a object. So let's call const human, and here he will have this first name. So John, he will have age, right? Now, if I would like to print this, so human is an object which have two property, first name and age. First name is John. So here first name is the key and John is the value. Age is 12. Now, as you can see, I was passing here a string and here this number. But here I can pass function as well. So for that, get human. Yeah. Means basically we will print the detail of human. So here get human. Now I need to declare a function. I am not expecting any parameter and I will do the console log here. I need to access this first name and age. So first of all, let's write here this. Okay, I am not doing anything. Just I have to call this and I am passing here this 2, 3. So if yesterday we discussed how can we call, let's say human, and now I want to print the first name. So I just need to write first name, right? So first name. Now save it. Let's execute. I got John here. Because this is the first name. Now similarly, I can get human. And what if there is a function? I want to call this function. So for that, dot get human. I know this is a function, so I need to pass this bracket there. Now let's execute. And can you see here? So it printed itself. This function have printed this object completely. So if you can see, first name is John, which is here. Age is 12, which is here. Get human is a function. Get human is a function. That is what it's saying. And at last here, we are doing the console log. So here I am getting return as undefined because I am not returning anything from here. Let's see why this is printing here, this whole thing. The first thing here is this. So if we use this keyword in an object, it will have the value of its same object. So right now here, as you can see, we are using this in a object and this have whole object as a value here. So right now, if I want to print here first name, I need to write first name and it will return me the first name, John. So get human, right now, let's say I want to modify here. I will modify this complete structure. So return. Okay, so there is another one symbol. At the top of this tab button, you can find this tile. And here I can write here variable name. So let's say I want to call it as my name is, and right now I want to replace with the variable name. So my name is first name. So whatever the value first name comes, it will take. So for that I can write dollar curly bracket, and inside this I can define my variable. So here my variable name is this dot first name. Okay, so this is how I can call it this symbol to get my value. So here this will act as a string, and here it will get replaced by my value. Now and age is, and this is age. So now if I execute here, as you can see, my name is John and age is 12. It makes more sense, right? So right now I have modified this. So we will have this double quote, we will have this single quote, and this is the tile symbol. So here, as you can see, we have combined this everything in here. Now, if you take a help of other, means let's say double quote, you have to use plus operator there to coordinate. But here in this way, we can write and we can get the value of this variable. So this is the one of the thing. So this keyword we are using in a object. So this will have access to this whole object. So that's why we are getting here this thing. So now let's say you want to pass some parameter because this is a function, right? So here, let's say you want to pass some other parameter. So what we can call it as. Now I need to pass here. that value, hello, and I will receive here as a greetings. Now let me just write here this and see. And here you go. So whatever parameter I pass, so it will act as a argument here, and here I will receive. I will be able to access something like this. Okay. Now let's discuss the same thing in case of function. Right. So in case of function, if I don't declare this type of, means if I have a simple function, so there basically the scope will be global object. So the value of this will be global object. So right now, as you can see, the value of this is this object itself, because we are using inside a object. But if you are declaring inside this function, so here this, right? Because this is just declarative function I have, default function. So now if I declare here, the scope will be, scope is global. Okay, scope is object level. Okay, so this is the one of the difference. Now jump to here, call, bind, and there is a apply. Okay, so JavaScript functions, objects, those are part of object. On the top of them, there are few functions has been written by default. So call, bind, and apply, there are few of them. So now what I will do, I will just declare a function and try to use that. And let's see how that works. So for that here, function, or I can take an example of this human, right? So here, as you can see, I have this John and age, and I have this get human function. Now let's come back, and here we made a simple call as of now. Now let's call this by using call. For that, what I have to do, human dot, and I need to write here call. I need to write this get human dot call. And now this call will take two parameters, as you can see. So first is the this, and second is the argument. Okay, an argument will be separated by comma, means n argument I can pass. Now let's understand. So I will create a object here. So let's say position 1. Now I will pass here this person 1. Okay, now already we are calling this. So let's see what this function is going to print, because here we are doing this return, as you can see. So now I need to do console log to this whole function. So I will do console log here, and let me execute, and here you go. My name is undefined. I am 56 years old. Okay, so we got this 56, and this name, actually this should be the first name. So that's why we got undefined. So my name is person 1, and I am 56 year old. So can you see one thing? This is how we called before, right? Simply. But right now I am calling this by using call method. And in call method, I can pass this as a first as an object. So with the same structure. So here I wrote first name and age. And as you can see, it have forgotten about this value, means this value got overwritten by this. So basically, you can call it a different way, that whatever the value we pass here, that will act as a this keyword value. So that's why here, if I hover over on this call method, as you can see, function dot call, and here this is a, so basically this as a function. So this keyword basically we are passing here. So whatever thing we pass, that will be considered as a this. So that's why we got this first name, and here this age. Okay, now the second parameter we can pass separated by comma. So let's say hello. Now let me just print this. Here you go. I have this hello, if I want to print another, I need to pass another one parameter. In that case here, I need to separate by comma, and here I need to receive here actually. So here, as you can see, whatever the parameter I am passing, I am receiving here greetings. If for the first parameter, second parameter, I have received as a. So this is how actually we can get it here. The call, in the sense, the first parameter we can pass the this object, and second argument can be n number of strings separated by comma. So this is how we call this call method. Now jump to other one, which is bind. So I will replicate the same. Now let me uncomment. Let me remove this. And here bind. Now if I call, can you see? I got here something called function. So in case of call, when I wrote this statement, if I replace call, it will get called. And here you go. I have this my message. I can remove this too for time being. And here, as you can see, I have this my message. But if I replace this keyword with bind, it's not getting call at all. So bind is a function call which will create a function and return you. So right now, whatever the input I get here, this is a function. So you need to call them whenever it's required. So right now, here, result, and here you go. As I said, bind. If I am saying that it create a function, that means this will be a function, right? So right now, let me do result and call it as a function. Now let me see. And here you go. So this is what we passed. And based on this here, actually we got this. So it will create a function. And if you can see, already I am calling it as a function, right? This get human and this thing already as a function. And here I am calling. So this function has been created by bind method here. The second parameter can be passed similar to call. So here I can pass n number of parameter and those parameter will be separated by comma. Now let's jump to very next one called apply. So here, let me replicate. So now here, let me remove this and here apply. So the difference between apply and call is whatever we pass here first, it will remain same. In second, we have to pass this parameter as a array. So here, as I said, it will act as a passing n number of parameter separated by comma, but here I need to pass in a array. So hello and hello too. Something like this I need to call. Right now I can call it directly. It will not return a function. So here, man, and here you go. I have this. Now, if I want to access this, I have here greeting. I need to write only one and I will be able to access. So greetings. And here you go. I can destructure it to get all the value at a time. So I can write something like this and I will get all the value of array. So this is a different way of calling a method, which is predefined function in JavaScript. So here call, basically I will pass the object, I will pass n number of parameter and this object will get replaced with this keyword. Now in second, here bind will return me a created function by its own and it is more and less similar to call. Apply, here it's similar to call, but in second parameter we can pass here array and inside array we can pass a number of element. Okay, so this is the one of the most asked question by interviewer in interview. So this keyword and this call, bind and apply. Okay, so now tell me, if I pass here empty object, because this is the object which is empty, what is the result I will get? There is no value in it, right? And here I am trying to see, this is the, just you consider whatever we pass, this will be our this value. So here it don't have this first name, so definitely it will be undefined. This age it don't have age, so it will be undefined. Now let's verify this. And here you go. My name is undefined. I am undefined year old, and this thing. Why? Because my object don't have this property at all. And whenever we call, bind, and apply, the value of this will get replaced by this. So now let me create a object, or I can take an example, same example. Okay. Now here, let's call it as John. Okay. So now just tell me, what if I want to add a new property to it? Initially, I have created an object only with two property, first name and age. But right now I realize I need to add another one property. So something called email. So how can I do that? Okay, so let me just print this person2. And here, as you can see, I got first name and age. Now for adding, so what I have to do? I can write object name dot, and I can assign new property. And here your value. So fbc@gmail.com. Now if I print here, you will be able to see first name, age, and email. Person means object name dot new property, and here value of new property. So now guys, tell me one thing. What does it mean by const? Const means we cannot modify it, right? But we are able to modify here, isn't it? How it is possible? Because we have declared it with the const, it's constant, right? For whole program, we cannot change the value of it. But here we are able to do that. Actually, it happened in case of object. So const, whenever we write, that means we cannot do the assignment. So assignment in the sense, here I cannot write person2 equal to something like this. Okay, now if I do, I hope it will throw an error. Assignment to constant variable. So this is a assignment, right? So here we are not assigning, we are just going inside and modifying. So it will not complain. If you do assignment something like this, yeah, definitely it will complain. So in case of array and object, variable can be modified by using const as well. Tell me, I want to delete some of the property. So for that, what I have to do, I can write delete and person 2 dot email, let's say. And let's do console log to this person. And most probably we will not have. So this is the first line. What it's printing the value with the email here. Now, after executing this here, we got this deleted. So we don't have that property anymore. If you want to delete this age, let's go with age. And here you go. I don't have age anymore. Okay. So this is how we can delete a property from a object. Now, let's say there is a requirement that I want to get all the keys. So here, as you can see, this is the first name, email, and there are multiple key, right? So I want to get all of them. So how can I get them? So for that here, we have a different property to get all keys of objects. So object dot, and here I have a function called keys. Now I need to pass my object inside. So here person2, and now let's print this. And here, as you can see, I got this first name and email, which is nothing but key alone. Because we have removed here the age, that's why we haven't received it. So there will be some requirement where you need to find the keys alone. So you can use this to get the key. And if you can see here, this is a array. And why? Because whatever the name we provide, definitely that is gonna be a string, and it is a combination of a string, right? So that's why it's returning a array to us. So let's say if you have a bigger here, so means I am not sure how much a big length or something like that object you do have. You will get everything here. Here you go. So you can get all of the property, all of the key here by writing this. Now to get all the value, we have to do the similar. So console log object dot, and here as you can see, we have this bind call. If you do remember, just before we discussed, and why we have, because this function will act as an object in JavaScript. That's why. So right now, I will call it as, here there will be values, and I need to pass my object. So here %2. Now, as you can see here, John abcd abc@gmail.com. So I got the value of them in array. So make sure you have to remember this array, means return type as well, because this is the one of the very required thing going further. Because whatever the logic you write, based on the return type alone you will be writing. Okay, I don't want to comment whole line. Object dot phrase %2. Okay, let me do this here. And can you see here? So here what I did, let me just execute again. I wrote object dot freeze %2. So I am freezing this object. Now I am trying to add this and print this. So let's look at first line. This is the output I got from this line. The email is not getting added here. Why? Because this object is freezed. Means email means a extra property cannot be added, or extra property cannot be deleted. It means I cannot modify it. Modification disabled by writing this, because we are freezing the object. So we cannot perform this operation anymore. Now, array, according to the definition, it is a collection of similar data type. Let's create a simple array, numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so if I have to print them, I have to just do console.log numbers, and it will get them printed here. Now let's say I want to print one by one, or I want to do some operation one by one. How can I do that? So for that, I have a function called for each. And as you can see, for each is a function of array which take a callback function. If you don't understand anything about any function, nothing to worry. Just keep mouse on this that function and go to here description. So here, as you can see, for each, it will take 2 parameter. First as a callback function, and first callback will have a 3 parameter. So first is the value, current value. Second, we will have this index, and third, the whole array it will have. Okay, so now let's see. So what I said, the for each will take a callback function. So now you may ask, what is the callback function? So callback function is anonymous function which cannot be called again because they don't have any name. So now see how can we define anonymous function. So this is the anonymous function. If I remove from here, and if you go, this is how we were declaring the function, if you do remember. And here the function name. Actually, we don't write this. But if you do remember arrow function, this is how we declare. But here, I have to declare with const or something like that. So this is the definition, the whole definition we have. But right now, as you can see, I don't need to declare with the const. I don't need function name. So this parameter will get removed. I have to just declare this here. Okay. Now, as I said, here I will get 3 parameter. First is the current value. So I will call it as current, not value. I will call it as current number. Second parameter, I will get index. Third, I will get complete array. Now I have to do just console. So get inside, write this console.log. I will print one by one. Let's not confuse. So current number. Okay. Now here you go. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is what for the very first time it will print 1. For the second time it will have 2. Something like that. Now I am adding this index. So here, as you can see, for the 1, index is 0. For 2, index is 1, because indexing starts from 0. So here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So for the 5 element, I will have the index as a 4 here. Now let's see what this array have. So if I do array, you will be able to see that what array we passed. This is the array we passed, right? And the whole array is here. I do not remember that I have used this parameter anytime. But yeah, you will be using this current value and this index most of the time. Okay. So now what I will do, I will just let it be there so you guys can understand. And here we will not call it as current number or something. We have to provide more concise name here. So as you can see, this is the numbers. So here I will call it as number. Why? Because it will represent a single number. So that's why I will call it as a number here and nothing change. So this is how by using for each we can print each and every number. Now what I can do, I can write this, I can convert this in a single function, one line of the code. So how can I do that? Numbers dot for each. Here I will call it as a number, and here console.log and number. And if you print, as you can see, this line is printing till here, and here this line is printing. And how we were able to convert? If we have a single parameter, it's not mandatory to pass this bracket as well. So you can call it as something like that. Okay. If there is a double parameter, then only you need this bracket. Otherwise, you can go with the single bracket. And you know, the very first parameter will give me the number one by one. So that's why here I am doing console.log and I am just printing them. Let's say I have to modify them, right? So what I will do here, start 2. And here you go. I am not printing actually. So console.log, it will just print them. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Here we have. Now at the end of the day, this will return something. And that can be found easily. Just hover over on this function. Go here. So here, as you can see, on the array, we can apply this. Here, this is the keyword. What are the parameter it takes? This is the thing it's going to define. And at the last, as you can see, this is the void. Means it will not return anything. This is the void here, which means it will not return anything at all. So where does this affect? So now let's say if I write here A, and if I try to do print this A, so console log this A, I will get there undefined. Why? Because this for each is not returning anything at all. For loop is used for just iterating. So now whenever you have a requirement to iterate through a array, go for each loop. Filter is another one function. If I hover over on it, as you can see, filter, and right now instead of this callback, I have here predicate. And this predicate, if you can see clearly, it will take everything same. So here value, index, and array. So again, it is a similar to callback function, which will take these 3 parameters. Now in return type, can you see array? This is square bracket represents a array. So array of numbers. That means it will return array of numbers. Filter is something that which will filter the array, right? That is what by name we can understand. So let's write here number. Now this is the callback function. And here I will write number, which is greater than 2, just return them alone. If I do here and write numbers more than 2 and print this. So console.log and here numbers more than 2. Now let me execute, and I'm not sure from where it's printing. Okay, we haven't commented this line. Okay, and here you go. I have 3, 4, 5. So that is what element exists in my array 3, 4, 5, which are greater than 2, and it's printing. So let's see how this happened here and why did it happen. So here, as you can see, filter, as I said, this will give me the number 1 by 1. So let's understand, whenever we create a filter, it will create an array. So I have this empty array. Now, whenever this condition get true, so that number will get injected in this. So now let's understand with our example. So in case of 1, I got this 1 and 1 is greater than 2. It return false. So I will not fill this value here. It still remain empty. Now 2, filter will also iterate 1 by 1 on each element. Okay. So now here 2 is greater than 2. Condition get false. So here it will still remain same. Now 3. So 3 is greater than 2. This condition is true. So immediately it will add 3 here. Comma. Right now 4 is greater than 2. Yes. So here 4. 5 is greater than 2. Yes. 5. And there is no more length. So it will stop this filter. And now whatever array we had, it will return back to here, number more than 2. So whenever we call a filter method, it will create a new array. It will create a new array. So that's why here we have this 3, 4, 5, as you can see here. Now you guys may ask that, means if I write anything in any order, means let's say as of now we wrote in ascending order, right? So let's say I wrote here something like this as well. Okay, let me increase this value to 4. And now order doesn't mean anything. Here, as you can see, 4 is not included, and 5, 6, 68, and 6 are there. If I write here equal, the logic, what did I say? It will act like that. So I need to write equal here, right? It's my bad. It should not be before. That started acting as a arrow function. So here, as you can see, 4 got included here right now. This filter you will be using lot of time, because based on the condition, or we will see how to run this loop on object as well. That's why we are just for understanding, we are dealing with the numbers as of now. Let's see find. This is the find, and as you can see here, find call predicate once each element of the array in ascending order until it find 1 where predicate return true. Until it find 1 where predicate returns true. If such an element is found, find immediately return that element, otherwise find return undefined. So now let me call it as number and get me the number which is greater than 2. Now it will return me an element. As you can see, we are applying on number, so it will return me a number. Or there is a chances that it will return me undefined. In filter as well, I forgot to tell you, what if it doesn't meet our condition? So there is no number greater than 100, and I have something like this. So in that case, I will get empty array, because whenever we write function, whenever we write this filter, it will create a empty array, and if there is a condition satisfied, no, it will keep inserting and pushing them. Otherwise, it will return this empty array. Now, in case of find, if didn't meet any condition, in that case, it will return undefined. Okay, so now let's understand, and it will return a number. So I will call it as number greater than. Can you see the difference between both? Almost both are same, right? So here I can see more, or I can use here more. So the major difference is I wrote here numbers because I know this will return array, and here I know it will return only one element, so I wrote number. So we have to follow these practices going further. So number more than 2. And here you go. I got just 3. As you can see, I have lot of number which are greater than 2. But why did I just get 3? So according to this find, what it will do, so it will start executing one by one. So let's say here in case of 1, it checked the condition. It got false, nothing have been done. 2, condition is false, nothing done. Now for 3, condition got true, so immediately it will return that 3 here, and it will stop. It will not execute for others. That is how it works. Okay, so the main hack is here. Find will return the very first element with the true. So now in our case, 3 was that element which condition got satisfied and loop got terminated here. So it will not check for 4, 5s, and this whole remaining element will never get checked. Now let me write here 10. In that case, right now I will get 10. So from here only it's returning me, it's not checking others. We have another one function. So numbers dot, I will take you through map. So here you go map, and if you can see, it's similar again. So it will take a parameter called callback, and callback will have these 3 parameter. So value, index, and array. So I will call it as number. Now let's say that number into 2, or number into number. Now if I hover over, let's see, it will return array of numbers, right? That means it will give me a array, so I need to store it whenever it returns. And here, as you can see, I am doing the square, number into number, that will give me the square. So I will call it as square. Now let me do console log, and here you go. So very first one, what we have written is 10. 10 into 10, 100. 1, it will remain 1. 2, 4, 3, 9, 4, 16. And can you tell me what did just happen on what this map have done? As I said, it will return an array of numbers, but it will modify your element itself. So now let me tell you what the logic here. So here, as you can see, whenever I call, this will return me if there is nothing, it will return empty. So now here empty, for the first time it came 10. So 10 into 10 become 100. So on place of 10, it will return 100, comma. For 1, it will 1 into 1, it's 1. So it will return here 1. For 2 into 2, it's 2. 4. So it will return 4. So it will modify each and every element. So the main hack is here, in order to modify a structure, in order to modify any one of the array, we can go for map. So whenever there is a requirement to modify each and every element, we can go for map. If we have to use this filter, we can go with the filter. Means we have to find. And if there,
Substring.
yeah, you can write anything here. It
Yeah.
consider only Boolean value, right? If that is the
Mm.
true, it will get returned. If false, it will not. The simple logic they have. Right here 2, and right now it will return all the element which is multiple of 2. It will multiply all the element with 2 and it will return, as you can see. Now if you want, I can multiply with index, and I can write here index, and here you go. Because index is 0, so whatever the number you have, it got modified and it becomes 0. Here 1 and 2 into 2, 4, 3, and here 4, 5. But here the number is this much, and what is the index will be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and index is 6. 6 into 68. So that's why we got this much. Again, we have 0. So whatever index is there doesn't mean, because it will get multiplied with number 0 and it will be 0. The same logic we will see on objects. So right now we are just looking at the number, but we will see how to apply same logic on objects as well. Now let's start with for loop first of all. So here first one is for each. Before this, we need a array. So for that, let's say call it as a users. And if it is a array, it will be in square bracket. And I need to define here first object. So ID 1. As we discussed, that first element should be separated with second element by comma. So this is the one of the object here. Now here I will copy this and paste it again couple of times here. So 2, just I am creating a random user. Okay, so these are the few users I got. Let's move to for each. So what I have to do, first of all, I need to define here my array. So users dot for each. Okay, and as we discussed, this for each is going to take a callback function. So callback function, here you go. This is the callback function. Now this callback function will have 3 parameters, 3 arguments basically. So first, your value means user. So first will be user, second will be index, and third will be user's array itself. And if you face any difficulty, yeah, just keep your mouse here, and here you go, callback function. So first will be value, and what is the type? It will reflect you immediately. So type will be, as you can see, this is an object of ID, name, email, and age. That is what we have provided here, if you can see. Second argument will be index, which is type of number. And third will be array of this object type, and here array, as you can see. So this will be a array of this type. So as you can see here, it has been defined the type as well, and it will return nothing, void. So now I would like to print one by one to them. So let's print user. And now if I execute, so before that I need to jump to JavaScript folder and node date13.js. Here you go. So I got one by one, right? And let me do console log here to these users. you will find a difference there. And let me increase the size here, and here you go. So if you can see, this is the output. Can you see? This is in an array, right? That is what is it is here, because we are doing the console log directly. But if you can notice here, after this, means inside the for each loop, what we are printing, it's printing just an object. So it will print one by one object. So how? For the first time, it will print this, for the second, this, for the third, this. So now let me go with the index number. So here I will use index plus 1 and comma. Here you go. So you have 1. So this is the first object. And index value was 0. That's why I added 1. So it become 1. So here, this is the second, third, and as you can see, it's printing one by one. Now, the ask is, you have to just print name. So what I have to do? Just think I got here a object. So I have this this object in my hand. So how can I access name property here? By writing here dot name, right? So dot name, and here you go. I have this name.
Do you want to access a particular name like Ben or Ben?
No, see, so here now for each loop, basically what it does, it will iterate through what means everyone.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's why whatever we wrote, it will get iterated one by one. So that's why it's printing this day. But do you remember, guys, what we discussed during the for loop, basic for loop? So we had means I asked you to print even number, right? So there, what we did, we generated the number, let's say 1 to 100 or 1 to 10, let's consider. So 1 to 10 we were generating, and we wrote inside the condition, if condition. If number is, means I is divisible by 2, then print that. So we can do that here as well, right? Because you have an object, and after that, whatever you want to do, yeah, you can do with that. Let me show you an example. So here you got this. It will just iterate through all the loop. Ask is here, print all the user whose ID is greater than 3. So I can write if user dot ID, and I can see this is an integer, so greater than 3, just print them. And I am printing name alone. So here you go. I have this David and Sam. Okay. So now let's say we have this age property, right? And if your age is less than 18, you can't vote. That is the thing. So here I need to check that whether a particular user can vote or not. So for that, what I would do? So user.age is equal to, yeah, greater than 18. So I will show a message. So let's say John can vote. Okay. Now, Coffe, else I will print this user is not eligible to vote. Just I am printing the name of the particular user. So now here, as you can see, John is not eligible to vote because he have 12 years of age. ABC can vote, Ben can vote, David can vote, even Sam can vote. So why they can vote? Because their age is more than 18.
Vikas, can you explain the for each again, like the user index and then the users?
Okay. Yeah.
So what is the parameters? Can you explain the parameters?
So here, just before you have seen, okay, let me just comment it out. Okay.
Yeah, I understood down part, but I just want to know about the parameters. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. So if you have any doubt about the parameter, first of all, what you have to do, because sometimes what happen, no, if you are new to something, and let's say you right now I am explaining you, so you will be aware, but there are some function every sum or something like that. So I have never, let's say you have never used that. So how you will see? So first of all, take your mouse over on this function,
Okay.
and if type is valid, it will already automatically show you some basic stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
If let's understand what it's saying. It is a method and it has been applied on array. What is the type of array? It has ID, which is a number, name, which is a string, email, which is a string, and age, which is a number. You can match from here.
Okay.
It's,
Okay.
now this is the, on this you are applying dot for each. That is what we wrote. You will get a callback function,
Okay.
and this is the first parameter till here. So value, it's getting close till here, right?
Okay.
Value, what is the type of value? So value is an object, as you can see here, curly bracket, which have ID, number, name, string, email, string, age, number. Okay, so
Okay.
that is what we got, user.
Okay.
If I pass your numbers, I will get a number. Means one thing at a time. Only one element, just you think. Let's understand next one. Second parameter is index, which will give me number. Okay, so number in the sense, here, what is the index of this? 0, right? So for whenever it will iterate to this object, it will return me called index 0. Now let me just print. So index, and if I print, it will print 0 to 4. Why? For the very first time, so index, and I can write this user.name. Let's understand this. So 0 for the John, 0 index,
Okay.
and a for ABC, I have 1. So what we were doing in traditional, or let's say means simple for loop, we were maintaining this I and all. If you do remember that, we will define this let I equal to 0. We will do the initialization. We will check for the condition and everything. In condition, we have to find length. But here in for each loop, you don't have to do anything. You have to just pass. It will automatically internally maintain everything. Make sense? So here we got this index value, and as you can see, I got for the last one, I got here 4 because this is the fourth element at the fourth index. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now users, the third parameter, and the last one. So basically you will get here all the access, means whole array you will get. So this is to be honest, I have never used this parameter, but yeah, you will get access of whole array. So if I print these users, you will get this this array printed itself. Okay, so now there is a one ask from my side. Now just tell me, I want to print this by using the traditional for loop. How can I do that? I want to make the same decision what I was making here. So for that, I need to write for let I 0, and here I should be less than user length. So this length will return me 5 because I have here 5 element. So I am starting this index from 0 and it will execute till 4. So I plus plus. Now, how can I access one by one element? So for that here, console.log, let's do users. So users is just something which will give me whole object, right? Now I need to get a particular object. So here in square bracket, I can pass index. So let's say 0, and I will just comment this for a while. So if I say 0, it will print all the time this 0th element. So I am running a iteration. So here I can pass I and I will get one by one different element. Got it? Now I got this. What I have to do? I have to just fetch my information. So I will copy this code and I will paste it here. Just I need to replace this with this one. And here you go. So now if I execute, here you can see users not
User of
okay.
user I of name.
So here users of I need to pass because that will represent the current accessing element. So here you go. I got the same message, right? But now,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So when to use the for each and when to use for, because both of them are pretty similar, right?
Yeah, similar, but can you see which code make you more easy to read and more easy to write? Definitely for each, right? You don't have to maintain
Yeah, but we
automatically in access of this index. So definitely if you're dealing with this array, you don't want to go with for each. But yeah, sometimes you face some difficulty here. Let's say if you are feeling that I am not very comfortable with for each, in that case you can go with for loop. There's no issue with that.
Okay. Yeah.
But now just tell me, here I wrote the same code, here I wrote the same code. It doesn't make any sense, right? So I can write a function.
Yeah.
I can write a function, and based on that function will get printed whether user can vote or not. Understood? So I won't do all the logics here. So what this function will do, I will pass age to that function. So right now, let's see. So here, const is user. So is user eligible to vote? Now it will get a parameter, and that is a age. Now come out of it, and I will place my code there. So if user age is, I need name as well, as you can see, because I need to print the name, right? So name, and here you go. If user age is greater than or equal to 18, just make this. Otherwise, don't print this one. So now what I will do, I will copy this. I will remove all the logics from here. I need to pass two parameter, that is the age. So user dot age, comma, I need to pass another one parameter, name. As you can see, it's suggesting here. And we are not defining the type, that's why by default type is any. So here, user dot name. Now let's copy this function, paste it here. So paste it here. I didn't copy it. Copy this and paste it here. Now I don't have here user. I have users of I. Right? Here again, users of I. And now let me execute, guys. And here you go. John is not eligible. And this is from the second simple for loop. And this is how it's working. This is how you can write this function. But if you can see, there's another one thing. I would like to customize this message. So here, is user eligible to vote? I am just asking a kind of question, right? Whether this user is eligible to vote or not. So I can return here value Boolean to be more concise. So here, if age is greater than 18, he can vote. So return here true. He can vote. Here, return false. Okay. So now it will print everything in true and false. Right now, you don't need to pass your name. Here, it didn't print anything because we are returning the value. And now I need to print this whole statement because from there I am just returning. Here you go. So right now the value will be the false, means for the very first one, it's not eligible. And for others, I got true, means they are eligible. So this is how you will write a reusable function. So if you want to make a decision here, so you can write const and you can write here based on the condition. So if both is true, just print that, otherwise don't print. So right now what we are doing, we can use this function everywhere, wherever we need to check. Because sometimes what happen, you don't have to check only one place, right? There will be multiple places and multiple times you have to write this. So now let's say in this case, age is 18, right? But tomorrow your government comes and he have issued a new law. According to them, anyone can vote whose age is more than 16. So right now, what you have to do? You have to just modify here and it will work. But if you write the same code multiple times, do you have idea? Means where to modify? Means if I modify here, it should reflect everywhere. So that's why we made it something like this. So now let's jump to filter and we will try to see how we can achieve the same by using filter. I need to write users dot for each. Again, it will have the same parameter. Okay. So here curly bracket or directly I can write. I have to write here condition. Sorry, it should be filter. Here I have to write condition. So what I am checking, user age should be greater than or equal to 18. And this filter will return. So whatever the user whose age is greater than or equal to 18, I will get them in an array. So, okay, now let's print this. So you don't have to write even your own this for loop and all. This is there for you. So eligible, guys, is spelling well, right? Something like this. Okay, now let me execute and here you go. Can you see? I don't have very first element. Why? Because he is not eligible. I have only second, third, fourth, fifth. That object has been removed by using this filter. Let's say I have this restaurant data and I want to show, means definitely if you go to Google Map and all, it will show automatically, right? If you are searching for a restaurant, whether that restaurant is open or not. But let's say time is 10 p.m. right now or 11 p.m. night. And just we are looking for restaurant and we are searching. So mostly it will suggest the restaurant which is near and open. So let's say there will be in each and every restaurant, there will be a status. Okay. And that status will be open or closed, something like that. So based on that, what we can do, we can filter here that restaurant dot status is open, show them alone. Let's say I want all the name which contains a or something like that. So here let's we will write a different logic as well. So now I will create this. Here my condition is gmail.com. Let's say it's not correct, right? Gmail. So now I would like to filter the name. Email should have example.com. Those people only belong to my organization. So this Vikas doesn't belong to my organization. That is what my consideration is. So now I want to filter them. So what I will do, I will come to this, comment it out, and we'll create a new one. Okay. So now I will write. So here I will get the array. So users or users is already defined, right? So here the correct users and users dot filter. Here I will get one user. Now user dot, and I need to check for email. And if you can see email have, I have to look for example. So I will copy this example.com, let's say. Definitely it should have example.com. So I will type includes. And if you do remember, we have discussed this include in string method. So here I pasted this, and here you go. User email should have this example, and it will get evaluated in Boolean value. That's it. It doesn't understand what you gave here. So if this value got true, it will return that in this element. Otherwise, it won't. So now let me just print this. So correct user, and here you go. Can you see? We don't have this because of user here. Now, if I go with Gmail, I will get only one user. So whatever the property you have inside here, based on that, you can write complex logic and you can return them. Okay. Or let's say you want to write a condition where you want to check age as well. So what you will do? User dot age should be greater than equal to 18. Here you go. You don't have very first element because his age is less than 18. And you have you don't have the last one because he don't have example.com in email ID. So this is how we can filter this. Very next one, we will see find. So already I have given walkthrough with the numbers. I want to just understand this object structure, how we can do it. So that's why I am repeating the concept what we have covered yesterday. So now let's go with find. So here users dot find, and again it will return the same. So here if condition get true, it will return that object and it will stop the loop. So right now user dot age is greater than 18. Now there is a two chances. It may return undefined. So I will show you that where it will show. Okay, so can you see here that this may return object, which is the type of ID, name, email as. Otherwise, it may return undefined. So let's say if I am searching for someone which doesn't exist in this, it will return undefined. And in case of filter, it will return empty array. So right now, let me write object and print this. So object. And here you go. As you can see, there are multiple user, right? Whose age is greater than 18. But I got very first one, which got satisfied here. And for remaining, condition will not execute. It will stop. So that's why here we have this. And let's say I am trying to search whose age is less than here or 10. So in this case, we don't have any user, so we will get here undefined. So let's jump to next one, and that is map. So map basically used for modifying the structure of the object. So as you can see, we have this structure. I would like to add here field called age eligible to vote. I want to add a Boolean value. So based on the age, what I have, I can write, right? So if age is less than 18, is eligible to vote, key value will be false. Something like that. So now let's come here, and here users dot map, and again this will give me access of user. Now I will get a access here. So what I can do, I can just modify the structure. Okay, I can add based on the condition. Return, I have to return Okay, otherwise everything will be undefined. So now before this, let me write a logic. So I need to return a object. Whatever the object I have, I need to spread them. Now you may ask that why we are using a spread. So a spread we are using that is an object. Here we will get that object, and again it will be in pair of key value. So whenever I do a spread on this, just to think that this curly bracket will get removed, and I will be element from here, something like this, and this will be sitting in this user, something like this, because this user will give me an object and I am removing them here. And if I want to add, let's say hello, hey, and hello, so this will act here. Now I need to just return. That's why I hope it's complaining. And here you go. So right now it will create a new array. So I need to store somewhere. So const, let's say a, or better to call it as modified users. Now let's print this. So here modify users, and if I execute, as I said, it will return a array. So here, as you can see, for the very first, we have all the element and we added here. For second, we have, and we added here. So we added here dynamically something. How this works actually? As I mentioned, here I will get an object from here to here, and by spreading, I am removing this curly bracket. So directly they will be in form of ID, name, and this separated by comma. But again, what I am doing, I am adding a extra property, and again I am encapsulating them in a curly bracket. So they will act as an object. Now let's say I will remove this everything. I will say hello alone. Now I will get hello everywhere. So if you can see, the length is same. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6 record only we have. This is how we can change the structure. If I want to return 2, it will return all the time 2 here. Okay, so whenever you trying to use map, you have to be very careful that you are writing a good logic. Otherwise it will break, or you may miss some information. I will return an object. Now let's say I want to call it as user, comma, here. And let's understand why we need that spread. So if you can see here, some weird format you will get. This is the array, and here this is the first element we have. But can you see here what happened? It's user itself is another one object we have, and inside that we have this thing. So as I said, I want to remove this curly bracket because already we are wrapping in a curly bracket. So that's why I am using a spread operator. So a spread, it will get me all the element here, and I will able to add new property. So that's why I wrote something like this, and we got here. Okay. Now let's say I want to add a field called is eligible to vote. And here, let's say true. I got eligible to vote everywhere, true. But this is not what we want, because his age is 12 and he can vote. No, he can't do that. Means we have to change your logic. And if you can see carefully, we are not writing your logic based on the age. It's directly true. Means by default, the default value, we are not modifying it. So what we have to do? We have to check the condition, and based on that, we have to write. So for that, what I can do, user, so see, this become key, and here colon, and now I can write here the logic of the value. So user dot age, because this is the user, and here age is greater than or equal to 18, because this will return here, this is the condition. It will return automatically in Boolean values, so I don't have to write true or false externally. Okay, so now let's see, if I execute, I will get here true, false. So here age is 12, and as you can see, he can't do that, false. He can do. Okay, now let's say you want to write is eligible to vote, yes or no. So according to your condition here, user age is greater than or equal to 18, which means he can vote. So I need to write here ternary operator. So question mark, I will return here yes. Otherwise, I will return no. And here you go. So is eligible to vote? No. Eligible to vote? Yes. And for remaining, you got yes. Let's add another one property. So because I have an age, so can I calculate something birth year of that particular user? Can I calculate that? So for that, let's see. Okay, so can you guys tell me what is the logic should I write for getting the birth year?
Your user dot birth year.
No. My age is 18. I want to
Okay.
find my birth year. How can I do that?
User dot age is
No,
is
just
equal to
Kiran, just to think your age is, let's say 20. How you will find what is your birth year? Let's not
okay.
relate to you, relate to yourself.
Okay. So present year minus
18
the
or 20, whatever
90.
the age I have. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
now we need to write that logic here. So first of all, I need to add a key. So let's say birth year colon. I need to get current year. And how can I get that? So in order to get the current year, I will write here new date. We have to use date, and here get full year. This function will give me the current year. Now minus user dot age.
Age, yeah.
And hope it should work. Okay, they have actually the same date of birth. So here we got this 2020 here. Guys, I am not good in calculation, so you guys can verify this. We have seen how we can add them. But let's say I have a requirement to delete them. Right now I see I have this birth here, right? So age is not required anymore. I have this eligible to vote, which is yes or no. So I know everything based on the age, so I don't need age. So how can I remove this age property? If you do remember in yesterday class, I think we have discussed this. How can we do that? So for that we have used delete person2 dot age. So this is the object dot age. So person2 have a property called age, and I want to delete them. So that's why I wrote this, and it will get deleted that age property. So same I can do here, but how? So here I have calculated. So I will write const a. Let's say I am not returning anything, right? Now let's see where is the mistake. So if you don't return anything, you will get everything as a undefined. So if you are getting any time like this, just understand I am not returning. So now here I will return a. And here you go. I have again the same. But before returning, I will write here a dot age. And I will delete this property. Delete. Now this should not be there anymore. And boom, we don't have. Okay, so we have calculated everything. Guys, first do this operation. Don't delete before. Okay, if you delete before, we cannot able to calculate this birth year and eligible to vote. So be careful. So I have calculated these things, stored in a, and after that I have deleted from a and returning them. Let's understand other few functions. So slice. So slice in the sense, it seems like a piece of something, right? Not whole thing, isn't it? So slice is a method of array which will return you piece of your object.
Yeah, subset.
Yeah, subset. So now as you can see here slice, and I have to give here a start and I have to give here end. So two property I have to give, and it will return me array of those things. So now I will give here a start as a 1 and end as a 3. Now let me store. So const a console.log a, and here you go. So as you can see, I have only two elements, which is second one and third one. First one is gone because I am removing them intentionally. I wrote here 1 means it will start from index 1, and this index is not included. So if I write here 0, I will get the 0th index. So basically you are passing the index here. So index, 0th index I don't have because I want to remove them. I want to start from 1. So I got this 1, which is here. I got this second, which is here. And third, at last parameter we passed. So this is not included. So that's why we got 2 elements. Now let's say I don't want to pass this, or let's say undefined we can pass. And right now I have 3. So it will consider only the last one. First argument I have to pass a start, and second the end. So it will consider end only. So right now I will get all the element whose index is less than 3. I got them. So 0, 1, 2. Now if you want to get, let's say you want to start from 2 index and you want to get all of them. So 2, and you don't have to pass next property. And here you go. So from you don't have element 1, 0th and 1. You have 2, you have 3, 4, 5, and 6, 1. So you can use slice to do this. A splice, so it's basically used to delete the element. See, completely I have forgotten how this works, but here as you can see, a splice, a start, delete count. So it will take 2 parameters. First is a start, it have to be provided definitely, and delete count. So which can be a number or undefined, means optional. And it's also return a object, array of object. So now let me pass here 2, and let's see what happened. So console.log a, and here as you can see, first 2 element has been deleted. Okay, so now it will work something like here slice, because I am not providing here second parameter. We can discuss every function. Here users dot every, and every also will give me access to this user. Now I need to write a condition which need to be checked. And here as you can see, at last it will return me a Boolean. So it will just return me true or false. So let's see. So here what I will do, I will write a condition which have to be checked actually on all. So let's say I will write here null. Age is null. So I will check for it. Or it's fine, I can check whether all the users are eligible to vote or not. So here user dot age is greater than or equal to 18, and const, it will get me the decision about all user. Okay, so all user is all user. Okay, now let me do console.log is all eligible, all users. Okay, it should be users. Okay, now let me execute, and here you go. It done. Why? Because one of the user whose age is less than 18. So now let me make 88. Means he grown up like anything. So here you go. I have this value as a true. Why? Because all elements have satisfied this condition, then only it will return true. So let's say for the very first one, right? Here, let's say his age is 12. So the order will be, it will execute this first, right? So it got true. Here it will get false. So if got false here, it will not check for other four. Why? Because he calculated that every user is not eligible. So immediately, without executing a next four object, it will make a decision and it's a no. Okay. So this is how every works. So every is something which is going to check for all. Now let's look for other function that is called sum. So sum is something just opposite to average. Every was doing that, it will check for all. Now sum will check for anyone. If I replicate the same, so is any user is eligible to vote. So here console.log, and here I will get this true. I didn't change this to sum. Okay, so I got here true. And why this is happening? Because here I got true. So immediately it won't execute next line. It will return from here because he got the first result as a true. Because we are looking for sum. Sum means anyone. Okay, so if anyone have satisfied this condition, it will execute. Now let's say I want to check whether any one of the age value is null or not. So here in this case, it will return false because there is no data with null. Now let me provide here null, and here you go. I have this true because one of the data is null here. So we can combine many of the functions together. So what does it mean? Means here I can write this filter, and on that I can run this map. Let me show you. So method chaining. So how this works? So let's say I have users dot filter. Now tell me which user should I filter. So I will filter all the users whose age. No, let's not filter based on the age. Let's say filter on email ID. Yeah, that works fine. So here user dot email dot include, and here example.com. To them only you have to modify. So I can write map here. User, I will modify them. So right now, okay, I will just copy this, guys. And here I will paste this. So return. Now need to do this, and I need to do this as well. Okay, now const a and console.log a, and here you go. So what it will do, first it will filter. So as you can see, 0th element I don't have. No, I have here. Actually, the last one I don't have because his email ID is gmail.com, right? So he doesn't satisfy the condition. That's why we don't have. And on top of it, we have modified this alone, as you can see. So in filtered, actually, that element got removed. And after that, on removed element, we have run this operation. This is called method chaining here. So here, as you can see, this object have property ID, name, email, and age. Let's say I want to access any one of the property. In that case, what I have to do? So here console.log and user.name. This is how I can access the name property. Now let's say around 100 lines of code you have, and you are doing a lot of things based on the name. So each and every time you have to write user.name, and these things you have to keep repeating. Otherwise, what you can do, better thing is, you can assign here name equal to user dot name. You can do something like this, and you can keep using this name. But there is another one solution for it. So what you have to do, instead of doing something like this, just avoid these things and come with the destructuring. So where you have to declare here first type, which is const object, means curly bracket, equal to, you have to define your object. Okay, so here const curly bracket equal to your object. Now tell me what are the property it has. It has ID, name, email, and age. So I can write any one of the property. So name. And now if I do print this, I will get the name value. Here you go, name. And let me execute. And here you go, I have this John. So here there is a one hack and one thing to remember always, that name, whatever variable name we wrote here, it should definitely be same with this key name. I cannot write here A. If I do so, it will return me undefined because it doesn't exist. It will not complain. Okay. So now here we have to go with name. And if I want to retrieve, let's say email as well. So I will type here email, comma email. And here you go, name, comma email. So email. Now you have both here. So we are dealing with the object destructuring. That's why we have here curly bracket. Understood? At this side, the object, what we have, we are providing. Now let's say I have this user 1 and there is a user 2. So I will copy this information. Now, if I called you to destructure, so you may ask that both have same name, right? So here user 2 and here user 1. So now you will complain that both have the property as a same, right? I want to destructure both of them at a time. So it will give me the variable error because variable name cannot be same, isn't it? So if I comment this, it will work because here we are using the same variable name. That's why it's complaining. So how we can just change the variable name? So in order to change the variable name, what I have to do here, after this keyword, colon, after key, colon, and here I can type user 1 name. And it will not be called name anymore. If I print name, it will print this name, not this one. So now name, this has been changed to user 1 name. Okay, so here we are changing the variable name. Now let me show you for this one as well. So user 2 email. Now let me just print. So I will print here user 1 and email, where I will get the first information. Let me print second. So here I have this name, I haven't changed, and here user 2 email. And here you go, Ben and Ben at example. Okay, so this is how we can change the variable name here. And let me show you one more thing. Let me comment this and let me comment this. Now here I have this name, right? Let me try to access name and immediately it will complain. Name is not defined because we have said to compiler that we have renamed this variable to this. So this doesn't exist anymore. So we can't use. Okay, so now just let's move and let's say how we will deal with the nested destructuring. So now if I define a object called address, right? And address have, I will just add a single property here. Okay, so now I would like to retrieve this information, and this is the nested structure I have. So how can I do with this? So first of all, const, again, you have to do the same. So I will get your address. Okay. Now user one, I have to just assign, and let's print this. Now I have here, sorry. Oh, minus, not sure. Okay, so here as you can see, I have this here city Bangalore. Let me comment the other one, and here I have city Bangalore. Now as you can see, again this is an object, isn't it? So now the first hack, what we can do, const city equal to address, and I can easily access city here. And if you want to rename, yeah, go ahead and do that. There's no issue with that. But here, instead of writing this two line, I want to combine both of them. So how can I do that? So for that, okay, so this is the one way. I will let it be there. So this is the first way. Okay, now we'll show you the second way. How to do nested destructuring. This is the simple destructuring we have done. So for that, here I need to type address, and I am fetching this from here user one. Now let me just comment it here, commented. Now I will write colon, and again here curly bracket. Okay, that means this address I am trying to access more. So here I need to write city. And if you try right now writing address, it will complain it's not defined, and it will give me, I can access city alone. So here you go, and I have city. So this is how we can deal with the nested destructuring. Okay, so the thing to remember here is, after this colon, if you are providing a variable name, that will rename your variable to that. Or if you are providing this curly bracket and you are writing, it will destructure that address property inside. Okay, so this is how this nested destructuring work. Any doubt, guys, on object?
So if there are three nested objects, like and so
Still go
we,
inside. See, so
okay,
let
still
me
do
just
inside. Okay.
add here. So Bangalore, this is the one of the property, right? Now,
Yeah.
let's say I have something called a street. Okay, and a street number I have inside, right? So as you can see, address have this city, which is Bangalore. We have printed, we have street. So now what I will do, I am retrieving address city, comma, street, and I will destructure street more so I can find this number. Now city and number. Let me print, and boom, here you go.
Okay.
So you can keep doing same thing. So it's just like a nested, right? So some same logic getting applied everywhere again.
Okay.
Okay, guys, this is all about the object destructuring. Now let's talk about array destructuring. Let's deal with the array. So I am using this object right now. So users, now I want to destructure here this one, first one. So for this here, what I can do, array always work on index. Okay, so now const, here I need to write type bracket, means square bracket, and now I can call it as user one, and let's go and type here users. Cannot declare users one. Oh, okay, do you know what is the issue? Actually, we have already created this, so I will comment them. Okay, now I have this user one, and let me print. And here you go.
Do we need to do it in the square brackets, the const user one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is the things we have to remember always, because once we are dealing with the object will have curly bracket. So we have to apply curly bracket. That is what I have done here.
Okay.
Now we are dealing with array. So array
Okay,
will
done.
get changed to square bracket, right?
Yeah, gotcha.
So that's why we have a square bracket. And now,
Done.
as you can see, I didn't write anything. It work on index. You can give any variable name, and that variable name will be there. So now I wrote here user one because I know at the 0th index, I will get the user one. So here, as you can see, it have printed the very first user, what I have here in record. Now, if you want to get second user, you have to write manually here. And here you go. So, actually, I am printing only two, only the first one. So I got one. So right now, here the second one. And now let's say I have still more remaining, right? So now I don't want to get them currently. I want to get them later. So comma, I can write here dot rest users, let's say. Okay. So here, if I print here, let me show you. And can you guys tell me what happened here? So very first record, if you match here, 1 and 2, those two are not there, and remaining from 3 to 6 I have. Why this is happening? Because by using this destructuring, already we have retrieved information for first one and second one. And here I am using a spread operator to get the remaining users. And I know that users, right? It's not user. There can be n number of data. So that's why it's returning me a new array again, as you can see. And whatever the users is still remaining, I will get all of them here, right? So that's why I got here third, fourth, fifth, and sixth record. Any doubt, guys?
No.
The things to remember and the differences between object and array destructuring. Here, you have to declare with curly bracket. Here, you have to go with square bracket. Here, this address means this particular key, what you are retrieving, it should match with your object. So I have to retrieve name. Name should be name. It cannot be renamed. Once I retrieve the information, yeah, definitely I can rename something like this. But here, array work on indexes, so I can provide any name. It doesn't mean. And I can print them. Okay. And now I can use the rest operator to get the remaining. So let's say you have a two object. I will call it as object one, which got few property. Now I have another one object. So object two, and which got few property. Okay. Now I need to combine both of them. There's a requirement that these two objects have to be a single object. So how can I do that? So the first thing what I can do is I will create a next object. So object third. And here I will write the curly bracket. I will spread, means I will write here object, let's say object one. And now if I print here object three, so before that I need to write here console. So object three. And if you can see here, this will act as a key and this will be a value. That is how default behavior is. I want this to be part of this object. So I will use here this spread operator. So what it will do, it will remove this. So that means I will have this property coming from here and it will replace here this line, something like this. So now I will get the same result. And here you go, ID name. There's a major difference between both statements, right? Here, this one and this one. There is a major. So that's why we used here first spread operator. Now, comma, if you want to add any property, you can write here. And that property will get added. Can you see? This got added. So now instead of adding this, I will again call the second object. So object 2. And if you see, here you got another one object. So I need to spread it again here. And boom. Here you have combine. Still, you would like to add another one? Yeah, you can do that. Okay, so this is how we have combined two different objects in a single object successfully. Now there is another one question. Let's say already I have this ID property, and if I again write ID, what will happen? Because a single object cannot have two same key. The duplication of key is not possible in a single object. So now just tell me what it will happen and what I will get result here. For the very first time we had ID 1, right? So that key is matching with this key. So now if you can see, it will get replaced. So value will get
Overwrite.
replaced.
Yeah.
Overwritten.
Yeah.
So that's why we don't have this ID 1 anymore. We have this one. And we'll see, this is sometimes it required. You would like to add overridden value. But there is another one thing. Okay. So now tell me, if I place this before, what will happen? Right now, this value will come before. And after that, we are destructuring this object 1. So this value will be overwritten by this value 1. So mostly we will get here 1. So you have to also remember which one you want where. So ID here we got replaced right now with this one. If you want to replace this ID with this value, so you have to write at the last or after destructuring this object. So these few things we have to keep remember. Otherwise, we will lose the track of correct value what we were looking for. So have you guys heard about these promises before? Means, yeah, we do promise with each other. That is different.
No, because no.
Okay, so let's understand why we need promises and what it does. So if you take a real-time example, as a means at the very first day, we have discussed how this web development and how the two applications communicate with the API JSON structure with API. So now the thing is, let's say I am running my front-end application on a server A, and let's say you are running your backend server on server B, and both are placed in a different geographical location. So whenever I make a request from my application, means front-end application, there will be some delay in getting response. Ideally, whenever I make a request, it will start processing, it will go to database, it will fetch the data based on that, and it will retrieve me and it will get me those data, right? So this is how it works. But there will be a lot of delay in between. And I am not sure that within how many minutes or how many gap of time it will get resolved. Because let's say right now I am accessing as a single person. So it will give me the data very fast within 2 seconds or within millisecond. It's possible. But now let's say there are thousands of users accessing the same website at a time. So in that case, definitely it may take 5 to 10 seconds to respond. As you can see, there is a delay. So how can I keep track of that I have made a request and I will get response, then only I need to do some operation. So let's consider in case of user, you have made a request to get all users. Unless you get all users, you can't show them on UI, right? And if user landed on UI, what you will show them? Because you don't have any list there and you are not aware whether the list exists or not, those information as well. So promise comes into the picture. So promise will give you a promise that I will keep track of that server, and once I will get the data, I will get back to you. So that is how promise work. So this will help us a lot in making API call. Promise. So basically this promise have 3 states. First is the pending, second is the fulfillment, and third is the rejected. So pending means it haven't started, it haven't been moved as of now to fulfillment or rejected. Now fulfillment will be considered as a success response. Rejected, so let's say something went wrong, right? So in that case we will call it as rejected. So now I was trying to add a user into the database, but due to some issue I couldn't do that. It will reject our request in that case. So now let's see how we can declare this and use this. So for that, here new promise, and as you can see here, I have two parameters, and I can store somewhere. And here you go. So first, I have declared with new keyword promise, resolve, and reject. Resolve is something means it got succeed, and reject is something it means it got failed. So here, let's say resolve, and here we can return our response. So I will copy this actually from here. Okay, and I will return this object. Now let's come here and print this promise. Can you see? It's not just our data, it's a promise. Okay, so now let's call it as get user. So here and here you go. And again, if I run, as you can see, this is not something a simple object. This is a promise here, as you can see. So now I need to resolve this promise, right? So whenever our promise got succeed, it will call this resolve with the data need to be passed. So now here I need to write get user dot, and I need to resolve this promise by then keyword. Now it will get me an object where I will get these users. And now I can do this console.log to these users. Okay, so this promise can be resolved by using then keyword. Now, if I go and run, as you can see, the same data what we have passed from here, it got executed. This is so simple. But right now, let me add a timeout there. Here, whenever we hit, it goes there and it will resolve automatically, because that is how directly we wrote. Resolve and return this object. So it's resolving once it's reaching here. But right now, we will not execute this immediately. I will write here timeout. It will take a callback function. Okay. And inside this, I can write here resolve, and second parameter I can pass times. So here, this will take time in a millisecond. So I wrote here 3000, which means 3 seconds. So after 3 seconds, resolve this. That is what I wrote. Now let's get back, and here you go. As you can see, I don't have a stale, and boom. So after 3 seconds, I got my response here. If I write here, let's say 7 seconds. So until I get the response, it will just keep on waiting. Or once it got resolved and succeed, it will come and execute this block. So here I got after 7 seconds. Right now, just I have hard coded this, that whenever you use the server, it's depend on their mechanism to retrieve the data. Unless you are getting the data, it will keep waiting from our side. Okay, so this is the success scenario. Now let's say it got failed. So that means it will be rejected. Okay, and here we can return a message, user not found. Okay, now let me reduce to 1 second. And can you see what happened? It's throwing some error, right? So the thing is, if you have any error, you have to handle with the different block that is called catch block. So this is the first. Now dot catch. I will get here error, and I will do this console log to this error. Here you go. So what you will do again, this is the chaining we have seen. So here catch error, I will get one parameter as error, and I can do this console log to this error. Now let's come and wait and see. So I got here message user not found. That is what I was resolving here. So here, let's say if user doesn't exist or exist, based on that, we can make a condition here. So any doubt, guys, as of now, once we dot, then we are handling here success. And once we dot catch here, whatever the wrong happen means if it's failing, we will handle that thing here. Because this is a server, so we don't know what will happen. So now
So,
let's see.
then
Yeah.
is used to resolve,
Promise.
and if it throws an error, then yeah, if it throws an error, then it will go to catch, right?
Automatically catch. Yeah, we are catching the error.
Okay. So we need to write both.
Yeah. Right now,
Okay.
there is another one keyword. So before moving, let's discuss this as well. Finally. So finally is something. So where you want to execute, see, as of now, what happened? If I call this promise, any one thing happen. Either this will get succeed, means fulfillment done, or it will throw an error that is called reject. Either this block will execute or this block will execute. But there will be some scenario. So finally is a block which will execute both times. So I can write here simple console log. Now let's see. Okay, so we are not resolving it, so that's why nothing happened. Now let's reject. And here, as you can see, we are rejecting. So catch block got executed, and after this finally. Now let me make succeed to this. So here, this succeed got executed, and after that, this finally. So if you talk about the database, right? So whatever happened,
So, this finally is, you told both then and catch will be written, and then
no.
I didn't get what finally exactly is.
Finally is something that whatever happened, irrespective of the state of this variable called, just execute this block.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So if succeed, then also execute. If there is a error, then also execute.
Okay.
So what happened? Just you think, take a scenario, no? So you are dealing with the database, right? So before inserting or retrieving the information, you have to make a connection to database, isn't it? So whatever happened, whether user found or not found, you have to close the connection what you have already opened, isn't it? So in that case, there we can use this functionality. If you move further, means in your application as well, there will be some few scenario that you want to update user that this happened, whether this is error or succeed. Based on that, you want to populate a message. So you can trigger those here. So we were talking about the conditional thing. So if you want to do conditional, you can write a condition based here one array, and if user is not there, you can return here reject state. You can do that here. So if you want to see, we can write if. Okay, so right now I will write a simple thing. So here this is a person. Okay, so just I am trying to demonstrate. So person dot id equal to 1, then resolve this promise. Okay, so I will copy and paste it here, resolve this promise, and send this person object. Else here reject this, right? So now reject this. Okay, so basically here what we are doing, based on this we will calculate it. So right now if I execute this, it will execute the first block. Why? Because user is there. Now if I pass here 2, here as you can see, message user not found. So it's executing this one. Okay, so this is how you can write and you can get the output. So this is what actually this promiser does. Now if you want to get more information about it, yeah, there is a one, means what we will be using called fetch. So fetch is something where already promiser has been written, and on top of this fetch has been written by use of the promise. So now as you can see, promise, it will return you the promise as a response. So here I need to pass a URL to get the information about any API. So I will pass the API and I can resolve them by writing them. So here I will get the response. So we'll see, because going further, we will use fetch. Okay, so now let's move and let's see another one topic, means what we started our day with. So let's see this code. Okay, so this is called create, read, update, and delete. Right? So the first thing what I will do is I will create a user object, or should I call it as a user, or should I student will be fine? So students. Okay, so now the very first object I will define, let's say ID 1, name John, and email john@gmail.com. Okay, this many information he does. Or you want to add DOB as well, so I can go with. Okay, so now I have here only one object inside this student. So you have to write 4 functions. Let's understand the work first of all. So I need to write 4 functions first to create a new user. So whenever I create, it should just add a new here. Now here read means this will for the reading. Second, third function for the update. So if I want to update, so let's say I want to update by ID. So here ID, and I want to update name. So you have to update name property of that. If we want to update email, how can we do that? And delete, if I want to delete any one of the object from here, so based on the ID, let's say I want to delete a student which ID is 1, how can we do that? So now the 4 functions we have to write. So first function, const get users. Okay, so get a user makes sense, right? That we will get the user. Now I will do here console log, and I will print here. Actually we have students, so we should call it as students, get a student. Now if I call this function, it will get me all the students. And if I execute, here you go, I have this student. So read is done. This is super easy, right? Now the second thing what I have to do, create a user. So how can I do that? So for that, create a student. So if you can see, this function will require a student, right? It required a parameter that is called student, or you can call it as a new student. So new student, and you need to add that new student here. And guys, just before we have discussed how can we do that. So do you remember how we were adding 2 objects? Because if you can see, this is an array. Let's forget this is an array. Now, okay, so how our second object will look like? Here, comma, and here our second object information will be, right? So this is how our structure I want to get. Student, and I am declaring with this const. So you know I cannot modify it. So let me declare with let, because I would like to modify it, right? So right now I will write here, or let's not modify, let's form the object first of all.
Yeah,
So,
let's
let's call it as const new, or let's call it as updated student list, something like that. Now I have an array, all right, here. So I will remove this array. Okay, so I wrote here simple square bracket, and I will destructure already existing student. So guys, tell me what it will do. As I mentioned before, once we call the destructuring, means this is spread operator here, it will remove this keyword right now, because we are applying square bracket, because we are applying on a student, and a student have this array.
only
So
objects will get returned.
yeah,
The curly
I will
brackets.
here this object. Now, comma,
Yeah.
I would like to add my object because this will be always an object. So here, new student. Now, let me print here. First of all, means before modifying the main one, let's print. So updated student list. Now, what I have to do? I call this function.
Call
and
function
pass
call.
a new
Yeah.
student. So let's
Create
call this function.
student.
Create a student. I need to pass
Cool.
a curly bracket because object, right? ID, let's say 2. Name, let's say Ben. Email, yeah, we're good with that. And DOB, that works. I don't have any issue. Okay, but still it's complaining, is it so? Okay, so now we are calling. So let me execute this. And can you see? Okay, so here I was forgetting this double quote, right? So now as you can see, I am calling this create student ID to Ben, Bob, and let me main this. Okay, and this is the date of birth. Now if I execute, here as you can see, I have two record what I am printing. And this is the very first record what declare has been already defined at the top, John at gmail.com. So now instead of just writing here, I will modify this main list. So here I have already done this, and let's assign directly to students. Now let's not print. Got it? So we have added and we are just displaying. So here I will write a console. Now here we are adding, right? So we added, and here after adding, and right now I need to call this get student again, then only it will print the information, isn't it? So I am calling that function, and here after adding, and here getting a student. So here as you can see, before adding there was only one object inside this, but after adding we have multiple. We got new record added here. So we wrote the function, we are printing that function, we are creating this new user. So we are using a spread operator and adding new user. Okay, now if you want to add a new user, what you have to do? Just copy, just call this function with the different means value, and it will do the work. You don't have to worry again. This logic has been written here. So now I hope we understood create as well. Now let's move to the very next one, that is called update. So now the thing is, in update, how would you like to go with? The first thing is,
I want to update the email ID.
you want to update the email ID. So we will write a function to update email ID by ID. So we have, as you can see, we have ID here, right? So you have to pass ID of the student as well. For which student you want to update the email ID? Make sense?
Yeah, with the difference of ID, you can change the
Yeah,
email ID.
definitely. Because I have
Yeah.
n number of student. Means if you don't know the which student I want to call, you can't call a specific student, right? So for that, I need a ID, one identity, so I can identify which student I have to change the email ID, and accordingly I will do that. So for that, let's write a function called const update student by ID. Make sense?
Yeah.
Now I need two parameters. What those are? First,
ID and email ID.
Let's see first for a single field, because this function will alone work for email.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So right now, let's see. So here we have this email. So basically, let's say this will get modified if I am calling with 1.
Okay.
So first I need to get this, and then I need to modify. So for the modification, what we were using, do you remember? Map. Did we talk that for the modification we will use map?
Yeah. We were using
Yeah.
So before modification, we have to find that ID 1 belong to that user. So now I will do again. Let's say Okay, updated. And here I will call students dot map. It will give me a single student information. Now curly bracket, unless I return something from here, it will return undefined. So now let me do console log to this. Console.log to updated. Okay. Now I will write here if student dot id equal id. So here it will keep repeating through each and every one, isn't it? This map will keep repeating. So now what I wrote, if it's matching with my ID with the student ID, get me that record here. So return, let's say hello, or let's say found. I just want to tell you that how this works. Otherwise, return with other element. Do you want to do anything? No, right? You want to just let it be there. So for that, I will write here a student. So what I did, for this alone, which ID found, return here found. For the other, which ID is not matching, so I don't need, right? I need to just return them as it is. So that's why I wrote return student. Now if I call this, so update. Okay, so before this, I will comment this call. Okay, so now here update, and I need to pass ID 1. So I passed 1. Let's say email. I want to have this. Not right now. It will not work because we are not using anywhere. But see what it will do. This is happening because we are returning the student. So this is not found, means this didn't match with ours. So that's why we got them as it is. Here we found one and it returned this one. If I pass 2, let me show you another one. If I pass 2, right now the second will get replaced.
Yeah.
And if I don't do anything, it will be undefined, guy. So that's why we are not doing, as I said, whatever we return, it will be there. I think I discussed there these things as well, that if we return or not return, everything we have seen yesterday. So here I am not modifying, I'm just returning that that object. But here I need to modify it. Right? So now let's get back again to work. I know this student alone ID have to be email have to be updated. So what I will do, I will write here object, I will spread whatever the value it has. Or let's say if I write here email, as of now, something like this, it will get the email, but it will have only one property. The other property has been lost. As you can see, I am getting this email. Whatever I passed, I got here. But the problem is, whatever the other property it has, that has been replaced. So in order to get them, what I can do, I will destructure the student here. So for that, comma, dot, student. So now I will have all the properties, something like this. Email, so email has been already there. So again, email will come and it will overwrite the value, which is John, this one value, will get overwritten by the new value. That is what we wrote. Now let's get back and guys, boom. You have here, right? If you want to modify other property, how can I do that? So I have to pass, let's say, that property alone, right? And it will get updated.
So now we want to change the email. Okay. So if you want to change a multiple like email and date of birth.
That is what I am saying. Okay, just a moment,
Okay.
Don't allow user to do this. You don't have to allow this user to replace the email. He will frame the object and he will send everything with the new data. Okay, let me tell you what I am trying to say. Let's copy this. Here you go. Now, instead of passing this email, I will send whole data. For this object 2, let's remove this ID. Without ID, he will send all the information. So he wants his date of birth to be 13. John should be something like this. and his name should be, or let's say Bob. Okay, so
But we gave only 2 parameters over there, right?
yeah, but this is an object, so this one will consider as a one
Okay.
parameter.
Okay, got it.
Right, before we were passing a string, and right now we are passing object, right?
Okay.
So now what I am saying, with this two, just replace this one. So whatever the property found in this one, it will get replaced. Now let me show you this. Updated or updated student. Okay. Now what I need to do, I am just destructuring them, right? I need to destructure this as well. As we discussed, this will replace them. Now let's have a look what going on here. So here, as you can see, for ID2, name have become Bob, email ID have become, I can't read, guys. You have to put a little bit of it. Okay. Now the date of birth, this is what we have given.
Okay.
So now let's say I just commented date of birth. I will get older date of birth. Don't want to provide email. I will get older one.
Okay, got you.
If you want to provide extra key, yeah, that will also get added there. That is how
Okay.
it has been configured.
Okay, got you. Yeah, clear.
You are sending an object, whole object, so you can modify anything, even though, to be honest, you can modify ID as well here, but it should not be allowed. Okay. Okay. So we got this updated record. Still, we haven't. Let me tell you why. Because if I call this function get, it will not get the updated record because I am not updating the student. This is our database, right? This is the main object. So we are not updating this one. Just here we were doing the console log. If you can see, I need to remove this and it should get assigned to a student. That object alone. That is our means a point of truth, right? This is the one where we are maintaining everything. So now I will call this up with the updated one. So this is done. I have created 2 records. I am not okay. So before this and after adding, yeah, that makes sense. And this one will be after update. So after,
Okay, done.
yeah, I am trying to get this here. Okay. Now let me just go there and execute this. And congrats, we have error. What it's saying? Students dot map cannot access student before initialization. We got this error because of here. Okay. Oh my God. I should not declare it, isn't it? Because this variable has been already declared at the top. I want to just assign it. Here, this variable already has been declared at the top. So why do I need to declare? I need to just do the assignment. So here you go. So now, as you can see, before adding, I had this. After adding, here I got 3 record. And after update, if you do remember, we were trying to update for the second one. So name was Ben here, name got Bob. And this email ID, yeah, again, it's difficult to read, and date of birth got also replaced. Okay, so this is how you can write your logic to update. We have to talk about delete. So how this delete works. Now, for delete, I will write a function. So let's call it as const delete student by ID. And this time I don't need to pass anything. I need to just pass a ID. And guys, what I will do for delete. So if I pass here 2 should get removed. How can I do this?
Use delete keyword and then dot.
Dot, I can remove a property from object. I cannot delete an object.
Yeah.
So for the removing the object, what we can use? Do you remember filter?
Oh, yeah.
How this filter works? Whichever condition got satisfied, it will return them in an array of objects if I am passing the objects, right? So why can't we use filter? So let me tell you. So right now, let's say const a equal to, I will do the students dot filter. It will give me a single student, and I will write here student dot id equal to my id. So this is the id what I will be passing it. Now let me do console log to this. Okay. Let me call this delete and pass your 1. Okay. So now if I do so, here at the last, as you can see, I got one array and I got my record alone. Because this condition got satisfied that only one student can have, right? This ID. But let's say I will go with reverse. So what I am saying, get me all students which ID is not equal to what I am sending. So now if I execute, I will get other 2 records. This one is not there anymore, as you can see. Now I have to just replace this to student. And you are done. So now if I print here, so console, I will copy, guys. And here after delete. And here I am printing. Now let me execute. Before adding, we were only one object. We added 2 elements and we have ID 1, 2, 3. And we have updated second one. So here we got this pop. After delete, we have deleted the very first record. So as you can see, we don't have first record.